And HaWah heard the voice of the children of Israel and their cry in those days. And HaWah remembered to them his covenant which he had made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And HaWah saw the burden of the children of Israel and their heavy work in those days, and he determined to deliver them. And Moses, the son of Amram, was still confined in the dungeon in those days in the house of Reuel, the Midianite. And Zipporah, the daughter of Reuel, did support him with food secretly day by day. And Moses was confined in the dungeon in the house of Reuel for 10 years. For 10 years. And at the end of 10 years, which was the first of the reign of Pharaoh over Egypt in the place of his father, Zipporah said to her father Reuel, no person inquires. Nobody's checking for him. No person inquires or seeks after the Hebrew man. Nobody, boss. Oh, you care about Moses now? Don't act like you love Moshe. Oh, I'm a Hebrew. I love me some Moses. Nobody checking for Moshe. Nobody checking for the Hebrew man. Not one Hebrew in sight checking for the Hebrew man. But now you just in love with Moses. Now you in love with Moshe. Ain't nobody checking for Moses. You worried nobody checking for you? You feel sad sometimes? You feel a little lonely? I know, man, it's a lonely road. Nobody said it was going to be easy. Nobody said somebody's going to be there to pick us up every time. Sometimes we got to pick ourselves up because no person inquires or seeks after the Hebrew man. Pick yourself up. Sometimes you got to help her. Support kept them alive for 10 years. Whom thou did bind him in prison now 10 years. He's been in jail for 10 years. We're going to go back because Moses was the king of Cush for 40 years. We in the book of Jasher, man. Yashar. So he's on the front line fighting the Cushite wars. And HaWah loves Moses. HaWah gives Moses favor. He's on the front line winning wars for Cush, my nigga. I need you to understand. The Cushite kingdom loves Moshe. We got to start getting the Cushite point of view. They love them some Moses. He got an honorable discharge because he refused to sleep with this arranged marriage of this Cushite woman who was the actual wife of the previous slain king of Cush. So he didn't want to take this man's wife. She was the wife of the previous king who was slain in Cush. And then she had something against Moses, so he got an honorable discharge from Cush after 40 years of being king, my nigga. Moses ain't no king to you. You don't got no vision of Moses with a crown on his head. Hollywood has only given us one vision of this, shepherd type of Moses. Moses was king of Cush for 40 years. Then Reuel throws him in the dungeon for 10 years. That's 50 years right there. We go back in the story. I think he was like early 20s when he became king of Cush. That puts him after he gets out of jail from Reuel's dungeon. He's in his 70s, man. And that's when he comes to save you, my nigga. That's when he comes to save, by the grace of HaWah. He comes to save Israel by the grace of HaWah, right? So now we can understand, man, the type of Naga Moses is. He's just not running out of Egypt and then goes back and saves the Hebrews. Why did Hollywood skip all this? Why did Hollywood skip all this? I guess because if you say he's king of Cush and the Cushite army, you know what time it is when it comes to his color or his, his phenotype. He's king of Kush. You already know what time it is. You can't have no Russell Crowe playing Moses, man, or Christian Bale. Would a Russell Crowe play Noah? All right. And we having some fun. Let me back up, man. My bad, y'all. I'm over here going crazy, man. Let's back it up, man. Let's fall back for a second. This is the 137th installment of your Prester John investigation. Mana. Let's go. Take it real slow. I'm gonna do a lot of reading. Just hang on, get cozy. I think I got a fireplace around here somewhere. Let's get by the fire. We're gonna talk some things. Talk some stuff. Let's check out my fireplace. Let's press the 137, Jack. Yeah. Okay. Let's get some set. Let's get some of these embers glowing. Hey, out to my noggins, man. How y'all reeling, man? Don't mind me, man. How y'all reeling? Okay. We're gonna do some reading. We're gonna get into Prester John Legend and sources again. All right. Back to Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. Might just take it from the top. Oh man, I want to get a little orientation pies. Maybe get into some Italian PNC. Man, love to Italian PNC. What it do? Have some great map drop on the land of Prester John. I think that'll be dope. Yeah, let's get back in that David Rabani, David Rubani. While my fireplace loads up. For those that didn't know, this is a digital fireplace. This is not an actual real fireplace. I'm not in any harm's way right now. If I go to sleep, I'll be okay. Hey, out to the cons, man. We got the fire burning. Yeah. We're going to talk David Rubini, get back in the alternative history of Australia. But, now we're going to talk a little Moshe. Talk King of Kush. Have some fun, man. Press the 137, man. Turn on up, get cozy, like I said. If you're enjoying a long drive, this one's for you. You at work right now, popping on. You on your land? Okay. Hey, it's all happening, man. Halal HaWah. Hey, hop to the tribe, man. Let's digital fire. Yeah, times is hard. Times is hard sometimes, you know what I mean? Who do you trust, man? Who do you trust, My dad used to always say, man, you could trust someone to be human, man, to make mistakes. But you always got to put it back in that cost-benefit ratio. Does the benefit of that thing or that person or that situation outweigh the cost of that thing, that person, that situation, And, if you could put things in the cost-benefit ratio, you'll be all right most of the time. You fall back, you think about it. Does the benefit outweigh the cost, or does the cost outweigh the benefit? So just always use that as a measuring stick with who you deal with, what you're doing, you know what I'm saying? I've just been trying to just get to me, get back to me, man. You're on a journey, I feel like I'm reconnected with myself, you know what I'm saying? Just at a happy time, really, you know what I'm saying? So I'm getting back to myself in a very spiraled up way, you know what I'm saying? A lot of us are reconnecting with our dragon, man. So excuse me if I'm a little slow on the emails or a little slow sometimes on the drops. I'm just, looking my children in the eye, man. Seeing what they love. You know what I'm saying? Learning from, the babies, man. Learning from the babies, man. That's what we doing. We also filming the Soul podcast, AI to the Con RKJ. The latest episode we just wrapped up, man. Ronald K. Jumps, a fashion designer extraordinaire. He's running the Planet Health in Compton out here, man. So we gotta tap in with the con out here, man. And look out for dropping the Soul podcast. And AI to the Con, Zion Marley, man. Like we dropped the food drop, man. Interview with Zion, as well as MHOE Five Eyes Ma. Great interview, and we're gonna get some new music from Five Eyes. Five Eyes always making some of that new for the tribe, man. So buckle up, get cozy. Fireplaces digital. We up, man. All right, we out. They ain't checking for it, man. They ain't checking for Moshe. And not for real. So, you might feel like you a place. You know what I'm saying? Everybody wants wise counsel. Everybody wants a strong team. Different things. Some things you go through might just be you versus you, man. Might just be you versus you. And you feel like nobody's really checking in or hitting you up. You know what I'm saying? Don't start desiring the wrong type of attention. Just go within, man, and know that, man, just imagine a story. Even if it's just a story and, you're just looking for inspiration, man. Like, nobody was inquiring or seeking after, what's the definition of seeking? To desire, it's a great desire. No one had no desire for Moshe, man, except his queen, Zipporah. So then she said, now therefore, if it seem good in thy sight, she's talking to her pops, let us send and see whether he is living or dead. But her father knew not that she had supported him. And well her father answered and said to her, has ever such a thing happened that a man should be shut up in a prison without food for 10 years and he should live? And Zipporah answered her father, saying, surely thou hast heard that HaWah of the Hebrews, the strong power of the Hebrew, is great and awful. Show you right. And does wonders for them at all times. Have we forgot? Lest we forget. Verse 33, man. I'm in the book of Yashir, chapter 77. He it was who delivered Abraham of Ur of the Chaldeans, and Isaac from the sword of his father, and Jacob from the angel of the Lord of Hawa, who wrestled with him at the ford of Jabbok. Also with this man has he done many things. He delivered him from the river in Egypt. We're talking about that Moses, right? From the sword of Pharaoh, from the children of Cush. So also can he deliver him from famine and make him live. So we got this before, and he gets out, and then he does what? He grabs that scepter, right? Right, well, at this scepter in the garden. And he approached the stick and looked, and behold, the name of Hawah of hosts was engraved, written and developed on upon the stick. And he read it and stretched forth his hand, and he plucked it like a forest tree from a thicket, and the stick was in his hand. And we're just talking about the sapphire stick from the garden. Who got the drop on the sapphire staff? I'm going back to this for a reason. We got a couple theories when we talk Flat Drop 101 about this sapphire. Because, some would say the firmament is made out of the same sapphire. And what is it? Kind of power that it possesses? You know what I'm saying? Gifted by HaWah, that it was given to the greatest of Khans. Yeah, man. Let's keep reading again, right? So the sapphire stick was in the ground, placed in the ground. Right. Afterwards, Moses went into the garden of Reuel. So in the garden of Jethro or Reuel, the sapphire staff with Hawah's name on it is grounded. Why is it grounded? Again, what's it got to do with frequency in the midst of the garden? And it's interesting, what does Reuel's garden have to do with the Garden of Eden? Because later they're going to say that Adam had the same sapphire staff in the Garden of Eden. Now, this is the Prester John investigation, cuz. I mean, we can't talk Prester without talking priest, king. That's why we have to establish who Moses is. He's a priest. He's a king. Obviously, you got the priesthood with his brother Aaron, but Moses would also be in the calmness of things, right? In the order. To have a priesthood, to have a Khan, is to be in order, in code. You can't have no Khan without no code, Khan. You need a code of conduct, conductivity, man. Sapphire staff conductively placed, planted in the garden. We're going to get back on that Voynich manuscript, too. We're going to take a nice meditative break from all this reading, play some Ma Jigga, Five Eyes Ma, MHOE Five Eyes Ma, some of that new, and meditate on the Voynich man. All those plants, the flowery language, so verse 40, and he approached the stick, and he looked at it, and behold, the name of HaWah was engraved thereon, written and developed upon the stick, and he read it, and stretched forth his hand. So he had to read it. Now, did he read it out loud? Did the frequency of him reading it out loud enable something to unlock? Where all these mighty men were trying to do it, just like King Arthur, trying to pluck out the sword. This is the real King Arthur story, but it's the sapphire staff. He read it, stretched forth his hand, and plucked it out like a forest tree from a thicket, and the stick was in his hand. So he read something, possibly out loud, that possibly uncoded or decoded or unlocked this technology, because that's what it is. Stretched forth his hand, and bam, now he got the stick in his hand. And this is the stick with which all the works of HaWah were performed. That's why we had to double back, circle the block. Okay, because this stick gotta exist. It got to exist today. Will we see this sapphire stick in some Prester John documents? It talks about the emerald staff. And I think the emerald staff and the sapphire stick are one and the same thing. Emerald or sapphire can be both. We need more witnesses. We got translators right now. But this is the staff, Managa, that all the works of HaWah were performed after he had created heaven and earth. Bang. And all the host of them, seas, rivers, and all their fish. So this is the staff of creation. This is the sapphire staff of creation. Verse 43. And when HaWah had driven Adam from the Garden of Eden, he took the stick in his hand and went and tilled the ground from which he was taken. So again, one more time for your mind, bone, because repetition breaks the spell. Adam has the staff. The stick came down to Noah. Noah got the staff, right? He had it on the ark, got off the ark with the staff, gave it to his son Shem. Now it must be hard. You got 3 sons, I got 4. How do you just choose one to give this high technology to? But I guess Shem was the oldest. Is that what they say? All right. So he gave it to his oldest Ba and his descendants until it came into the hand of Abraham. So we don't get all the people that had the staff, but eventually it came into the hand of Abraham, the Hebrew. And when Abraham had given all he had to Isaac, he also gave him this staff, right? So Abraham got the staff. You know how this goes. Isaac got the staff. Now, how does Jacob get the staff? Right. And when Jacob had fled to Paddan Aram, he took it into his hand. So when Jacob fled to Paddan Aram, he fled with the staff in his hand, and he returned to his father. He had not left it behind him, and he brought it back to Isaac. Now, of course, you got the Jacob and Esau. They're going to talk about that again. And it said that Jacob had to take it by force. Now, why? Because, if the story's correct, we don't know. We're reading, but, Esau sold his birthright for lentils or, pork, some type of beans, red lentils. He was so hungry from hunting, he sold his entire birthright. It seems like there's more to it. However, just in the general idea of things, it's like, it's almost like Esau had a moment where he's like, whoa, what did I just do, right? And this is a moment that is repetitive among, this war between Jacob's descendants and Esau's descendants. That birthright belongs to us. That was just a moment in time. What's the real story? Whatever it was. Also, when he went down to Egypt, he took it into his hand and gave it to Joseph, one portion above his brethren, for Jacob had taken it by force from his brother Esau. So Esau was not trying to give up the staff. Even if he gave up other parts of his birthright, whatever covenant they made, the investigation continues. He wasn't trying to get his staff up. And, either it was a mano a mano or it was a tribal war, just like it says in the scriptures other times between the children of Israel and the children of Esau, But it was for this technology. We're thinking all this is all about land all the time, and a lot of times it is about land. But it's also about high technology, and the high technology helps to fortify the land, so it all comes back home, man. So now you got Jacob, and you got the 12 tribes, right? And Joseph, who all his brothers were jealous of, they sold him into slavery. He had the staff. Yeah. And remember, Joseph became the king of Egypt, or pretty much the king of Egypt. So it's interesting, right? The Most High knew where to put it, and the Most High knew where to put it. I think that's why Jacob needed to have it at that time so it can get to Joseph. Just hindsight is 2020. If I'm sitting down with the children of Israel and the children of Esau, it's like, let's all come together. Uh, why did the Most High ordain this? If it happened for a reason, right? Most High wouldn't have let it happen if it wasn't for a reason. Come. Most High's popping off with perfection, right? So, um, It would appear, because the Most High can see clear, if Esau had the staff, it would not have got to Joseph and been preserved to get into the garden of red well so that Moses can pluck it out and do what he got to do to save Israel. They needed the staff. He needed the staff in his hand. Most High had to make sure that staff got to Moses. It wasn't about birthright between Jacob and Esau. It was about the staff getting to the right hands at the right time. And that's just my hindsight, looking back at things, you know what I'm saying? But let's go. Jacob had to take it by force, okay? And after the death of Joseph, the nobles of Egypt came to the house of Joseph, and the stick came into the hands of Reuel the Midianite. That's Zipporah's pops. So these nobles knew they must have had some instructions on where to bring it. I would think some type of will, some type of directions. Now you got it in the hands of Jethro or Reuel, the Midianite or the Kenite. These two titles are interchangeable. At sometimes when you deal with the Midianites, they bring up the Kenites. The mighty man and the Kenites and the Midianites seem to be synonymous, so they rock hand in hand. And we did a whole drop on the Kenites. We got to get back on that. The Kenites. Well, let's go. And when he went out of Egypt, he took it into his hand and planted it in his garden. So Reuel planted the sapphire staff of creation in his garden, and all the mighty men and the Kenites tried to pluck it out when they endeavored to get support, his daughter. But they were unsuccessful. These strong Nagas couldn't get it out because they didn't whisper to it, right? Moses whispered to it. Moses whispered to that thing. And he approached the stick and looked, and behold, the name of HaWah engraved there, all written and developed upon the stick, and he read it. Did he read it in his mind bone, or did he whisper on that thing? And suddenly the stick was in his hand, because he could read it. Maybe the Kenites couldn't read it, man. They didn't have to drop. It must be some type of magic type of, spell or whatever, to where they couldn't pull it out of the garden. That well must be some type of wizard or something. Because the nobles of Egypt, right, they were able to carry the staff from the house of Joseph. Managa, we doubling back on the block, right? With a dragonfly perspective. I know we read this before, but rock with it now, because we're going to just, paint a clearer picture. The nobles carried the staff out the house of Joseph just fine. They didn't have to whisper on it, and, it wasn't something they had to pluck out the garden. Whatever energy went into putting this thing into the garden must be some special soil and some special sauce, man. Because, it's carryable. All right, this technology is able to be carried. But once it was planted, it was stuck up in there, man. It was stuck up in there, man. So all the mighty man tried to get it out, but they were unsuccessful. So the stick remained planted in the garden very well until he came, right? So HaWah had to make sure this staff got to the right place at the right time until he came, who had a right to it, and took it, man. To get it unplanted, to get it ungrounded, someone had to have the right to it. Moses had to whisper on it, man. But it had to be him, too. I don't think, even if the Kenite Nagas knew the name and they whispered the same frequency, I don't think they could have plucked it out the garden still, man. So it was just for Moshe. And this is, again, why this staff was passed the way it was. Now Moses finally got the staff. Remember, Moses been king of Cush for 40 years. He's used to having a sword in his hand. He's been in the dungeon for 10 years working out, eating, working out, eating, working out. He gets out in his 70s, and now he got possession of the staff of creation. And he wondered at it. And he gave him his daughter Zipporah for a wife. So Rehuel was wondering at the sight of Moshe. And Rehuel gave Zipporah to Moshe because he said, hey, they endeavored to get Zipporah his daughter. Whoever can command the staff, Zipporah was already, set to, marry, man. And that's amazing. That's amazing. I mean, it's interesting, you know what I'm saying? Because she's a Midianite. How come HaWah didn't have a Levite, a daughter of a Levite that's literally waiting to marry the man that can yield the sapphire staff? How come he couldn't be a Semonite, Manassite, you know what I'm saying, Judahite, you know? Why not an Israelite? That's a great question, you know what I'm saying? But, HaWah's with whoever's code keeping, man. At the end of the day, the frequency got to be right. And the frequency of support, must have been A1 like the sauce. Must have been A1 like the sauce. So shout out to the Aqua, man. She don't give enough support. Don't get enough AHOP, man. People think, oh well, But if she was, from Judah, if she was from yada yada, she'll get all this AI. You better put some respect on support, because wasn't nobody else checking for the Hebrew man. And clearly this was ordained or planned. This is HaWah's plan. HaWah's plan, because only Moses could yield this stick. Only Rehuel could have this garden and have this daughter, you know what I'm saying, with the heart, that was going to, raise the vibration of Moshe and get through, man. Now he's 70 something, ready to come get you, you know what I'm saying? And then they have a couple kids, they pop off. Going back. Let's go back. Said Moses was king. I just want you to imagine Moshe on the front line, as a king, not as Moses, This is chapter 76. I'm just kind of breezing through some of this. And in the 40th year, the reign of Moses. In the 40th year of the reign of Moses. All right. We on the warpath, man. It's Prester 137, Jack. This ain't no play. It took a lot to get here, Think you know by now this ain't no play. In the 40th year of the reign of Moses over Cush, Moses was sitting on the royal throne. All right? Moses sits on the royal throne. He's a priest. He's a king. He's a priest king. Moses is a Prester John. So when you see artistic depictions, of the Prester in different ways, and I say Moshe, this is an imagining, right? Holding the great book. He knows the code keeping book. He got his scepter. Moses is the king of Cush for 40 years. Just imagine the swag of Moshe. And imagine what he knows. He probably knows He's being preserved for such a great and mighty purpose. Moses was sitting on the royal throne in Cush, my nugget. I just want, look, man, look, okay? I just need you to understand the swag of Moses, all right? He's in Egypt. He's a prince of Egypt, so he's already like, swagged out on the throne of Egypt. He's already royalty in the house. Everywhere this, do you notice everywhere Moses go, he's royal, right? Everywhere he go, he's royal, right? Prince of Egypt, rescued in the basket of the river and all that, right? Raised as one of Pharaoh's sons. But he doesn't get brainwashed in it, he don't like the affliction of his people, you know. He slays a man, they say, right? They say. Might be statutory limitations, but they say he slays a man, slayed a man. Just like David though, right? Just like David. Okay. Then he's king of Cush for 40 years. So longer than the duration he was as a prince of Egypt. He's a king of Cush. He got all the loot, right? He got all the fancy stuff. He's on the royal throne. He's still a royal. And he's not even in his house yet, right? He's in Egypt, prince of Egypt, king of Cush. Then he goes and saves y'all, man. Then he says, man, I've been raised in all these royal houses. Let me go get my own out of captivity so that we can get some of this royalness going on. By the time you get around Moshe, you're getting around royalness because he's been royal for so long. Prince of Egypt, king of Cush. That's who HaWah sent to save you. HaWah sent to get us out of captivity, right? Prince of Egypt, king of Cush. HaWah got him an honorable discharge just to come save you. He didn't have to do that. And to get all that, royalness off him a little bit, HaWah put him in a dungeon for 10 years, man. Just to make him, focus a little bit on the next few steps. I need you to put some respect on Moshe. You know what I'm saying? Because we on a war path, man. It's Prester 137. Boss. Let's go. Let's go, my nigga. I'm going to do a lot of reading. Let's get close. Get close. Yeah, we saying, we here now. If you made it to 137, you're an advanced wave surfer. Is Prester John Moses? Is Prester John King David? And both of those are correct because Prester John is a title. And many can wear the title or the function. It also does seem at times, since there's multiple Moseses. Just look up the Prester John drop we did on the three Moseses. We talked Moses Maimonides and Moses the Black. You know what I'm saying? So we got to get back on that because I know it's a lot of gems there. There's a lot of similarities when you get into the Moseses and put the Moseses together and you put the Davids together. And man, you got kings and priests on both sides, you know what I mean? And Moses fights a giant, king of Og, right? Moses fights a giant. David fights a giant, Goliath. It's just a lot, man. Moses was unwanted. David, was unwanted at first and all this. He had to go through a lot. Like, then they say Moses slayed a man. Then they said David slayed a man. I mean, come on, boss. Both of them are Presters. Both of them are Johns, which means king. John means king. Wow. We're going to talk Mongol. Let's go. Hey, man, y'all see some dragons lately? Man, y'all let me know if some dragon sightings, because we definitely popping off. Moses was sitting on a royal throne while Adonai, the queen, or Adonia, the queen, was before him, and all the nobles were sitting around him. This is while he's still king of Cush. And Adonia, or Adonai, the queen, said before the king and the princes, "What is this thing which you, the children of Cush, have done for this long time? Surely you know that 40 years this man has reigned over Cush. He has not approached me." So all these wars this Naga has won, right? All the battles and victories Moses has won for Cush. She's concerned about him not sleeping with her, right? This is when it gets, you know what I mean? Just real personal, real selfish. He's saving the he's saving the nation. But she's worried about herself. He has not approached me, nor has he served the gods of Cush. Right? He's not serving our idols. He's only serving the Creator. And he don't be feeling me. Now therefore hear, O you children of Cush, and let this man no more reign over you, as he is not of our flesh. Really, he's done one. He done had all these victories, and now he's not one of yours. Now you figured it out. Now you figured it out. But he still was rocking for you, riding with you. But now he is not of our flesh. This is how they got rid of Moses and Cush. And these Cushites got some explaining to do, because they don't talk about Moshe. They don't put no respect on his name. All this banging for Cush, Afro this and Afro that. You don't put no respect on Moses, man. And he was your king for 40 years. And this lady, Adoniah, she got him out of there because he didn't approach her and didn't serve their gods. Behold, Manachris, my son, is growing up. Let him reign over you, for it is better for you to serve the son of your Lord. Because remember, she is the wife of the previous king of Cush. So her son is the son of the previous king of Cush, Menacrus, right? So obviously, I mean, that would make sense that he would take the reign of things. But Moses held it up. Moses held it up for 40 years. Let him reign over you, for it is better for you to serve the son of your Lord than to serve a stranger. So if Moses is a stranger to you after 40 years of service, then don't get mad when HaWah calls you a stranger. Don't say, "I know HaWah." They knew Moses, and yet he was a stranger to her, to them. So don't say, "Oh, I know the Creator. I know Hebrews." That doesn't mean you're not a stranger. According to their rules, all right? Slave of the king of Egypt. Wow. So even though he's a prince of Egypt, had to step down because he wasn't down with that uh, affliction, right, on his people. Now she's going to call him a slave of the king of Egypt. You see all these politics, And then by the time he gets to Reuel, he's calling him a slave or a runaway from Cush because he doesn't believe Moses' story that he was the king of Cush. So he's thinking he's just running away like a slave of Cush. So he throws him in the dungeon, jail for 10 years. No questions asked. He thinks Moses is lying. So he throws him in the jail. He thinks he's trying to uh, escape slavery from Cush, right? So, and all the people and the nobles of the children of Cush heard the words of Adoniah, the queen, had spoken in their ears, and all the people were preparing until the evening. And in the morning they rose up early and made Menacrus, son of Kikianus, that was the former king, Kikianus, king over there. And all the children of Cush were afraid to stretch forth their hand against Moses. She wanted them to kill Moses. If it was up to her, Moses would have been slayed right there after serving Cush for 40 years as king. But they were afraid to do that. For HaWah was with Moses, man. Hey, wait till they know that HaWah is with you, my knock. They're going to be afraid to stretch forth their hand. Oh boy. And the children of Cush remembered the oath which they swore to Moses. Therefore they did not harm him, did no harm to him. But the children of Cush gave many presents to Moses and sent him from them with great honor, honorable discharge. But the children of Cush gave many presents. So don't that remind you of how you left Egypt, my nigga? Didn't the Egyptians give you presents on the way out? Didn't they break you off with gold once they knew HaWah was with you? Yeah, you got all kinds of gifts and stuff coming out of Egypt because they saw those dragons fly. They saw those dragons fly. Many presents. Great honor. So he left that honorable situation, even though it could have been his life, right? HaWah spared Moses. Moses went forth from the land of Cush, went home, and ceased to reign over Cush. Moses was 66 years old when he went out the land of Cush. For the thing was from HaWah for the period had arrived with which he had appointed in the days of old, to bring forth Israel from the affliction of the children of Ham. Whoa, whoa, man. Everybody wants some of Israel. Ham wants some. Moab wants some. Esau wants some. They all want some. What do you got that they all want so much? Maybe they just don't want you to fly like a dragon would, like a dragon should. But you let these hijacks know we on a war path. The price is going up. Ah, 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 ah. Let go. Ah, ah, ah. Oh man, the drop is crazy. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I'm crazy in love with HaWah. Crazy in love. I'm crazy in love with you, Drop Nation. Truth be told. I feel the AI back, man, because the picture's getting clear. Moses was 66 years old when he stopped being King of Cush. So when he went to jail with Well for 10 years in a dungeon, he's getting out at 76. I'm not making this stuff up. I'm not making this stuff up. Do you see clearly? Do you see clear? When I talk Prester John, when I talk Mashiach, right? I'm talking messenger. When I talk HaMashiach, I'm talking King David, right? And in this story that we're getting in the book of Jasher, we're talking Moshe, HaMashiach, High Messenger. There's a lot of correlation with David and Moses, but let's keep going. Actually, that's good for now with Jasher. I just want to, think about a couple of things. I still got my fire burning. Ooh, ooh, okay, 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 okay. As long as the fire's still burning. Amos. As a matter of fact, let's just jump in here, man. Oh, hold up. Whoa, whoa. I never know. Never know what's going on, but sometimes they just throw me an alley oop. Forget what's in my bookmarks. I'll leave this for you. But when I talk Greek Moses is Managa, I'm not making stuff up. This is stuff we covered, we read about in some documentation, publication, and we are putting our timelines together, right? So you got three Moseses, man. I'll leave it for you, but you see it, man. Moses, son of Amram, condemned to death from very birth, found at the borders of the Nile. So that's the Moses we still reading about in Jasher, right? As well as the Torah. Okay. And this, just getting it from here again. This is from the JewishHistory.com. When providence creates men who are destined to lead nations to order and happiness, don't you want to get back in order? That's the key to your happiness, God. Gotta keep the code. Let's go. No more murder on your brother. No more stealing from your brothers. No more, out of coldness, uh, false idol worship. And we got to put all that away. Just go back home to the Creator. Go back to the Creator so we can get some order and happiness, man. Love and happiness, man. It seems to impart to these sons of genius a portion of its foreknowledge. The axiom of a great historian applies itself to three eminent men of Israel, all bearing the name of Moses, who have shone at the head of the sons of Jacob, like a column of fire which guided them in the desert. All right. So again, you got Moses, Amram. All right, that's your BC. Just remember the three major chronological time shifts for the 1,000th time. All right. Scaliger, Batavius, they pushed your time back in at least three major chronological time shifts, according to Anatoly Fomenko in Russia, doing the Russia, chronology. All right, so 333 years, 1,054 or 53 years. I think it's 1,053 years, basically 1,000 years. All right, so they'll take whatever happened in the 1500s, 1200s, whatever. Let's say 1500s. They'll push that back 333 years to the 1200s. Now you're reading about the same story in the 1200s that really took place in the 1500s, but they just pushed it back 300 years just to confuse you so you don't know. Why? Because you're talking your messengers, man. You're talking messianic flow. You're talking your history. If they push it back 1,000 years, you can't connect to it. You think it's so far, so long ago, nobody cares. When I say you a Hebrew, you think Hebrews are in the BCs. You don't understand Tecumseh. You don't understand the promised land is right here in America. That the Columbus hijack was a continuation of the Genghis Khan hijack on Prester John in America. That's 1200s. Now you got Columbus in the 1500s. Now you got Tecumseh in 1812. You know what I'm saying? That's 300, 300, 300. But we could be reading about the same priest king trying to tribe them up. Like Moses and Aaron, you got Tecumseh and 10 Scott ThaWaDa of the Chickamauga Cherokee, man, the Shawnee Chief, right here, 1812. So that's not, 333 years, 1,053 years, and they say 1,778 years. 1,778 years. So they would take something from 1,500 and push it back 1,800 years. And they did it, man. They did it, my naga. Yes, they did. So now you got David in the BCs when David could have easily been in the 1,200s. But by pushing them back 1,800 years, he's way in the BCs, right? Or Moses, right? Moses in the BCs. But look, there's a moment Moses ben my ma. Yeah, Maimonides. And Moses Maimonides also wrote the code. He got his own Torah, right? He got his own, they say, um, what's the word for like a, not translation, but like interpretation. I don't know. I mean, the Khan got his own writings, right? His own works that have the code broken down very, very diligently, all right? Just as we know with Moses, he has the 613 laws. Moses Maimonides breaks them into negative, positive commandments, you know what I'm saying? Breaks down each code, right? Like thou shalt not kill, into many different variations. So you really get the understanding of all these situations that could lead to murder and how all these, carry the same transgression if you're found guilty of breaking this code. Thievery, covetous is broken in many ways. Breaking the Shabbat is broken down in many ways. So if you ain't got this Sefer HaMitzvot, Sefer HaMitzvot is what they call it, get the Sefer HaMitzvot because we done broke it down. And that's happening in 1200s, right? Well, look at the year 1139. And we're going to get the Prester John letter a little more today. And that was written in 1165. 1165. So this Moses flow and this Prester flow seems to be interweaving and overlapping. Is one a phantom of the other, a duplication of the other? Then you got this 1700 Moses Mendelssohn, and this whole German flow. These are swarthy Germans, and these David's teachers named Davids, and stuff keeps popping up here. So all these guys were almost equally instrumental in their times. Named Moses, we only hear about one, but could this be an overlapping? And we also have Moses the Black. Don't forget about that. Don't forget about Moses the Black, man. Don't forget me. Love to the Templar, man. I think he brought this out. Moses the Black. Yeah, we got at least 4 Moseses, man. Look at this, man. Look at this, man. We got at least 4 Moseses. And they talk bad on this Moses. They call him the robber. Ain't Joshua also called the robber by the Moors? Because they're saying he's him taking back his lands for his people, for his creator, is robbing them of lands they thought they should have. Right? Back to the sapphire staff, right? That's like Esau saying, Jacob robbed me for the sapphire staff. When in reality, the selling of the birthright is the selling of the birthright. And Moses, had to get that staff somehow, and he wouldn't have got it through Esau. It wasn't Esau's burden to carry. It wasn't Esau's staff to carry. It wasn't the Canaanites' land as their inheritance forever. They were just, squatting on the land. All these tribes confederate against us, squatting on our land. Then there's Moses the Black. They call Moses the Strong. They call Moses the Robber. They call Moses the Ethiopian. But do they mean Ethiopian or Abyssinian? Now we are getting closer. Is Moses Prester John, right? Because again, we're talking El Prester Juan Emperador de los Abyssinios. When you look up Abyssinia, what do you get? Old name for Ethiopia. Look it up. Abyssinios. I'll be seeing you. Look at the shoes. Look at the fringes, man. I never zoomed in on the artwork either, man. Look at the artwork of the garments, man. We need some MHOEs like that. Five Eyes Ma take the wheel. God. So, Ethiopian again, time and time we talk about etymologies. And Ethiopia comes from the Greek word Ethiop, which means burnt face or fiery looking. Why we got that? Or the one with the dragon eye, dragon glance, fiery looking. That reminds me of that dragon, right? That seraphim, to burn, right? So more than it being about skin complexion or dark skin per se, it's about that fire. It's about that burning face. The one with the deadly glance, fiery looking, right? To burn. Sounds more like we're talking dragon and etymologies. Love to let us find the truth. Cause you help get us here, Naga, to Prester 137. Hey, Hob, let us find the truth. Dragon, man. Sunburnt, fiery looking. Either way, this is a Latin Ebdio, right? Then they get Ethiopian. Then they get Negro. But they just said fiery looking. That just reminds me of the one with the deadly glance. Fiery dragon, fiery looking. A dragon means to see clearly. Do you see clearly? And isn't this the year of the dragon? We on a warpath. We on a warpath, boss. I see clearly that me seeing clearly is deadly to the hijack. We see clearly that us having the light, us seeing clear is deadly to the hijack. Paralyzes the hijack. These Negroes, when they walk through the door with the glance, with the fiery look. The one with the deadly glance. Ethiopia, Latin Ethiopia, the native name. Ethiop, the native name is represented by I'll be seeing you. Abyssinians. Who is Prester? The Magi, the Dalai Lama, yourself, take the wheel. Roger Hiraja Chola, Labna Dango Dawi, Moshe, HaWah. Yeah, I'll be seeing you. So Abyssinians, again, a wave surface, no. From a wave surface is Ethiopia. Okay. And the native name, the old name for Ethiopia is Abyssinia. I'll be seeing you. I'll be seeing you. Abyssinia. Abyssinia. So Abyssinia is Ethiopia, but it's the old name. It's the native name originally. Ha, ba, sa. Starts to sound more and more Hebrew. They're talking about a mixture because we're talking mixed multitude, and we're asking who's Prester John. The emperor of the Abyssinians is the emperor of the mixed multitude. Now we're talking Moshe with the Kenites, the Medianites in them, right? The mixture of the multitude. Because Israel didn't migrate out of bondage by themselves. There was a mixed multitude. There was an I'll be seeing you, an Abyssinians. Yeah, there was an I'll be seeing you. Ka. What does this Abyssinian cat got to do with the cat dragon? Love to the Templar. And what's this got to do with the Negro? The Negro is fiery looking. 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 Got the deadly glance. Got the book. Got him shook. Okay. Ethiopia. Ethiopia. So Moses the Black, the Ethiopian, is the Abyssinian. Because the Ethiopian is the old name for Abyssinia. God, I'll be seeing you. It's the old name for the mixed multitude. Abasa. It's the old name. God, all right. I'll be seeing you. Which is why it's on their maps. And you got to say, why is this Ethiopian on the map in the British Museum in 1530, boss? Why is Prester John on the map of America in 1530? What does this got to do with Ethiopia? Why is a black man on the map of America in 1500s, boss? Why did Columbus bring a Hebrew interpreter to America to speak Hebrew and find the Khan? What Khan? The Khan of India Superior. Old name for Ethiopia. So this Abyssinia is the OG. They came to the OG to find you and me. They came to the land of the Hebrews, the old world. So dig on the three Moshes. Yeah. Dig on Moses the Black. They call Moses the Robber and the Ethiopian. An ascetic monk. What? Lifestyle characterized by abstinence from sensual pleasures. Whoa. Yeah, man. He's charging up. Priest in Egypt. So this Moses was also a priest in Egypt. Come on, boss. Come on, boss. In the 4th century AD, that's 300s, right? That's creeping up on the Kalalus times. Remember Kalalus? You know, just keep the timelines in play in Prester 137. When they go into 400 AD, 4th century, you respond. You respond with Kalalus, man. Let's get this Michael Rourke, man. We got a lot of Kalalus drop. Kalalus drop needs to be talked about more and more because these are the artifacts found in Arizona that had Hebrew writing on them in Arizona that led Daniel Lowe and other researchers like Cyclone Covey to write these books about these Jewish artifacts. This Roman Jewish colony in America, boss. Come on, boss. Wasn't no Roman Jewish colony in America. Oh no, not in the 700s and not in the 1500s. The colony they are referring to is Prester John's land that the British Museum has already on the map. This is Kalalus. In the 1920s, in Tucson, Arizona, were found objects and writings in Latin, Greek, and Hebrew with both Catholic and Jewish or Hebrew ritual objects and symbols. Cyclone Covey describes this discovery in his book, quote, Kalalus, a Roman Jewish colony in America from the time of Charlemagne through Alfred the Great. Covey and other researchers are amazed at the mixture of Hebrew, Christian, and Kabbalistic objects and symbols. However, anything they call it Christian is just connected with the Hebrew stuff, man. All right. Kabbalistic is just more of the, deeper esoteric meanings of things or whatever, the deeper meanings. But this is very much fits the period, very much fits this period in the 8th century when the Karai, right? Carolingian Empire there is a Jewish principality in southern France called Septimania. We're talking about Hebrews in America, man. America is Septimania. Septimania means seven. Sept, 7 cities of gold. Theodoric of Narbonne, Makir to Rosebin, Judah, right? We're still talking the cons of Judah. The scepter never departs from Judah. Remember Genesis, right? Magnario like Magneto. Amari like Amar. Amar like America. What's America got to do with Makir? 710, right? They just took us in the previous link to 4th century AD. I'm just saying that's 200 or 300 years later. We still talking Kalalus promised land in America. Yeah, yeah, King Arthur, nah, man, because that same King Arthur story is the same Sapphire Staff story, man. So they're saying the admixture with the American Indians, the state that reverted to paganism. Well, which American Indians? Which tribes? Nehemiah Theodorus led an expedition in 775 to return Kalalus to Hebrew Jewish, because the Jewishes were converting in the 8th century, so they weren't ruling no kingdom in America. They just stopped the cavalry. There ain't no facts you're gonna give us on some Jewish warriors in America and popping off and ruling in the more and more war. We talking melanated cons right here. We talking ancient bloodlines, man. He conquered the ancient city of Rhoda, and the Jewish law or Hebrew law was restored. So he wanted to restore the law, the code, This Theodore Roosevelt, that's also what America seemed to be named after. You're talking America. Let's go back. All right, we done talked about the ships of Solomon's and the swan boats and the ship shaped like swans with its sails like the wings of a beautiful gliding white swan. We done talked about the babar, which means swan in Hebrew. These are the original cons right here in America. The American Empire of Kalalus. The American Empire. So right here, the reason why they got Prester John in North America over the four corners where the Grand Canyon and Utah and all that would be, right? Is because this is the American Empire. We're talking Antioch. We're talking Quivira. We're talking the Khans. This is what they found when they came looking over here. They they came searching for the Prester John, right? Yeah, they did. They did. They came searching for you in the American Empire, Kalalus. So you got to keep Kalalus at the forefront. You know, your perspective when we talk investigation. When they start going to the early ADs, come back with the Kalalus. Shalom. Let's go. Now, this is the part that Daniel Lowe took out. The legends of Ogier the Dane, son of Godfred, Kadrod, and Dun de Maines actually refer to ThaWaDa de Danaan or Dunan, who are also known as the Mananan or Maine of America, where the giant ogre heads of the Olmec are found. And again, this puts a face to it now. Now when we're talking Servetus, Solomon, Babar, we're talking Olmec, man. When we talk ships of Solomon, we're talking Olmec. Managa, when we talk American Empire Collective, we still talking the Olmec. So when Genghis Khan rode up on Prester John, Prester John was rode up on, Genghis Khan was rolling up on the Olmec, man. The American Empire. The Western the Shi dynasty. In the Mongol, it's XIA, right? Or the Olmecs would call themselves the XI or Shi. And again, X marks the spot, man. That's the last letter of the Hebrew, which they call Tau or Tav. The Tau is the mark, the sign, man. We're talking the sign, the mark. 775, Kalelu. Get the drop, This is just parts of what we've been through. The scepter would never depart from Judah. So this is Kalelus. Keep this in mind. Keep it in mind. Let's go. I'm just, buzzing off the Moses the Black. Don't mind me. I'm just saying. He's a priest in Egypt in the 4th century AD. Okay, it's a couple of years, 100 years off from the Kalelus history picking up right here in America, in Israel, right here. And he's called Desert Father, right? Just like coming out of Egypt desert, right? He is highly venerated in Eastern Orthodox Church. So in America, you may not ever hear of Moses the Black, but in Eastern Orthodox churches, he's highly venerated. Just like Esteban. Esteban got churches to Estebanico, St. Stephen. There's a whole St. Stephen's Day, December 26th, right? Where they celebrating the birth of Jesus, right? Christmas time. They got Esteban Day. We don't hear about it. But over there, Central America, Mexico, different areas, they celebrating Estebanico Day. All around all across the world, right? So you never heard of Moses the Black. He's highly venerated. in the Eastern Orthodox Church and the Oriental Orthodox Church. So 2 witnesses to Moses the Black. Yeah. According to stories about him, he converted from a life of crime. Sounds like Moses leaving Egypt when they said he killed a man, right? To one of asceticism, right? So we got was just like celibacy, abstinence, no worldly pleasure, no worldly pleasures. They got him looking real skinny right here, though. I guess that's just somebody representing that they don't have no worldly pleasures. They just don't have no food in their body. That's crazy. He is mentioned in Sozomen's ecclesiastical history, written about 70 years after Moses' death. Have you ever heard of Sozomen? Uh-huh. Hermias? Okay. Roman lawyer and historian. That's a whole nother rabbit hole, man. All right, let's go. I'm just thinking on Moshe. Wow. David rule again, right? Jeremiah 30 say, but they shall serve a while their power, and David their king, whom I will raise up for them. That sounds like future tense. We're talking David, not JC. Ezekiel 37:24. David my servant shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd, not 2, not 3, not 4. They shall also walk in my judgments, observe my statutes, and do them. No confusion here. One shepherd, David. Hosea 3:5. Afterwards, the children of Israel shall return, seek the Lord their God, and David their king. Not JC, not son of David. Yeah, we're talking future David, whom I will raise up for them. But you're going to have to connect all the witnesses. And this is just a few saying that David will be, sought after. You keep the code. First, keep the code, seek the Creator, search for David. Jeremiah, hey, keep the code, search for David. Ezekiel 37, keep the code, be a righteous flock, get your one shepherd, David. 3 witnesses of David, David as Hamashiach, no JC, no Yahweh Shais or fake Yeshuas. David. Yeah. For behold, the days are coming, says HaWah, that I will bring back from captivity my people, Israel and Judah. Yeah. Says HaWah, I will cause them to return to the land that I gave to their fathers, and they shall possess it. Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. And it is the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it. Verse 9, but they shall serve HaWah, keep the code. Exodus 20 got us in code. Serve HaWah by listening. Serve HaWah by hearkening. Serve HaWah by keeping the code. KTC. Then you get ThaWaDa, the king, whom I will raise up for them. David had to be raised up. This is Jeremiah. This ain't 2 Kings, 1 King, 2 Samuel, boss. This is Jeremiah. Prophet. Prophesies on ThaWaDa. And remember, Jeremiah, according to that $1,000 book, Medieval Empire, the Israelites, we got that many times, talks about how Jeremiah is the son of Afghana, right? And Afghana was raised in the house of David, because Afghana is the son of King Saul, the Benjamite, who's the son of Kish. Kish, Saul, Afghana, Jeremiah. That's the genealogies, and that is why Jeremiah is talking on David, because Afghana was raised in the house of David, Jeremiah's pops, which means Jeremiah was raised in the house of David, even though they're technically Benjamites. Yeah, Afghanistan is a Benjamite, right? I ain't Drop ain't making this up. This is Prester 137 balls. Afghana, uh, Jeremiah, Saul. Let's see what we find. You ever search Afghana, Jeremiah, Saul? Jeremiah is also called Ermia. Shout out to Rest in Power, Neighborhood Net, man. Ermius is his name, they said. Ermia, that's Jeremiah, man. You didn't know Nipsey Hussle named Jeremiah, man. Ermius, man. Rest in power. Yeah. Yeah, I can't make this stuff up. Okay. Shavai, Shaveh.org. In addition to the historic Jewish roots of the Pathans or Pushtans described everywhere on the Shavai Israel site, there's also speculation that the Afghan royal family has its roots in the tribe of Benjamin. First published in 1635 in a book called Masai Afghani. The tradition has it that King Saul had a son called Jeremiah, who had a son called Afghana. Jeremiah died at about the time of King Saul's death, and Afghana was raised by King David and remained in the royal court during King Solomon's reign. So even after David, Afghana was still in the royal court, and his son is Jeremiah. Yeah, it goes deep, right? 400 years later, after Afghana family fled to the land of Gur, remember the Gur Khans, which is in central Afghanistan, but now we know we're talking Benjamites, which means we still talking America back in the day. They settled and traded with the people of the area in the year 662. Ain't that close to 700s, Kalalus, my nigga? Now it says, with the arrival of Islam, the sons of Israel and Gur converted to Islam with 7 representatives of the Afghan. Whoa. So once they moved to Gur, they were either converted or forced converted to Islam. Now, who let the dogs out, right? Who was the catalyst in this conversion? The leader of the sons of Israel was Kish, like the name of Saul's father. So Kish, Saul's pops, is who let the dogs out, the dog-headeds. According to this tradition, writes Rabbi Marvin Takoyer, Muhammad rewarded them, and Kish's Hebrew name was changed to Arab al-Rashid by Muhammad. So when you look up the al-Rashids, it's still connecting you to the tribe of Benjamin, Got it. Got him. That's how you find the tribe of Benjamin in the Islam flow. You gotta look up the tribe of the Arab Arashi. And remember with these Arabs, right? Remember with these Arabs, right? Because you don't want to be a mustard rab. You don't want to be a mustard rab. The Arab means a rabbi, a lawgiver, a rav, a rob, like Robert, a rob, a rob. Yeah, you don't want to be a mustard rab, boss. I can't make this stuff up. JewishEncyclopedia.com. Yeah, not everybody's actually Arabs, man. Joktan in Arabic literature bears the name Catan, just like the Kara, Catan. Cathay is also Catan. Cathay is all over the maps, right? Cathay in America. Cathay in America. You know what I'm talking about. India superior. India superior. 1548 Gastaldi map. Cateo, right? So this Cateo is Catan, just like the Yucatan. The Yucatan is the Catan. All right, all this is Moses, all this is Eber, all this is Iberia, Covera, Heber, Iberia originally. Cathay is Katai, is Catan. India superior here. Here they put the Prester on it, right? In the British Museum, 1530. This is 1548 again. Repetition breaks the spell. Cathay there. Even here, all those little blurry. Cathay. Prester John. India Superior. Mexico. Cuba, right? Prester John. Prester John. India Superior. Cathay. Da, do, do, da. Cathay is the cavernous, which means pure land. The pure land is India Superior, is promised land. And they just found you here. Does North America even exist? Or did they just started calling it North America? They got us walking around thinking we're in North America. And in reality, we are exactly where they found us, man, in India Superior, Jack. Arab is a rabbi. A rabbi is a law keeper and law giver. They came speaking Hebrew to America, Columbus. And they're looking for the code keepers. Hold on, man. Oh, yeah. We got a lot of drop. I'm glad we stumbled on this because we actually got a lot of drop I want to get from here. Oh, there we go. Castaldi. So, a lawgiver, a law keeper, gotta be in code. Gotta have a car. Shout out to the Soul Bone Pocket. And they had to come here for that. To Florida, to Mexico, to China, to India, to Cathay, to Arab proper. Now that we can understand it, There's an Arab proper and an Arab improper. There's an India minor and an India superior. There's an Asia minor and an Asia major. Choctaw, the son of Eber, is Catan, is Cathay, is not a mustard rat. He is of Arab proper stock, described as the ancestor of several southern Arabian tribes. In accordance with this settlement, Arab genealogists hold Catan to be the first king of Yemen, and his son and successor Yarub, the first person who spoke Arabic. The first person who spoke Arabic, Yarub, is the grandson of Eber. So these first 13 tribes, right? These were rabbis. These were lawgivers, law keepers. These 13 Arabic tribes were not the Arab you know today, my nigga. No, 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 no. This is but the legendary form of the tradition that Catan was the progenitor of the southern tribes, or Arabs, or Arab proper, right? I didn't know there was a distinction until I looked a little deeper, right? While the Ishmaelite Arabs were originally of non-Arab stock, so even though that they were sons and daughters of Ishmael, sons and daughters of Abraham, even even them as Abraham's children, they still were not Arab propers. So being a son or daughter of Abraham, like they try to claim, these Confederate tribes against us, right? These Moors, we're sons of Abraham too. Yeah, but that doesn't make you Arab stock, right? I'm not saying it is, right? It doesn't make you proper. Because to be proper is to be a code keeper. And just like Moses didn't bow down to no Cushite guys, we ain't bowing down to no Moabite guys, right? But the world seems to be entranced today with these false idols, right? So this is what we're waking up out of. We're coming back to life. Israel's returning, like it says in Hosea, you know, chapter 3, verse 5, right? Israel's returning, seeking HaWah, keeping the code. They are not Arab proper. Ishmael migrating is of non-Arab stock. They are pretending. They are pretending. Okay. To be a rabbi. They adopted Arab customs and intermarried with genuine Arabis. So when they intermarry with our women, that's them intermarrying into the house of the code keepers that had the actual birthrights, so that they can say, my grandmama had this land, but that marriage wasn't righteous. You stole our women and intermarried with them to get the birthrights, the land rights. So there's a difference between a genuine Arabi and those that are called mustarabs. There's a difference between an Arab proper and a non-Arab stock pretending to be a rabbi. I'm just talking about the son of Eber. We got an issue with Eber? Let's go. We got an issue with Catan? It's as real as it gets right here. Yucatan, right? Mexico, Moses. We still talking Moshe. We talking Arab proper. So we talk Arab al-Rashid. They were connecting Saul's father Kish to the proper heirs because technically he's a tribe of Benjamin. And he would be an heir proper if he was going to be making sure the tribe kept the code. Instead, Muhammad gave him the mission of spreading Islam to Israelites, right? So I want you to see the dichotomy of Israelites being converted to Christianity by these crusaders and missionaries, and Israelites being converted to Islam at the same damn time. And we just talking Afghan balls. We just talking Jeremiah balls. Yeah, so Jeremiah knew a couple things. He knew what he was speaking on when he was talking about David, because he grew up in the house of David. When he says, "Whom I will raise up for them," this is well after David's passing, so to speak. But this is a prophecy that at the end of days, my nigga, you're going to be saved out of Jacob's trouble, right? No one's going to make you afraid. You're going to have rest and be quiet. Has this ever happened in history yet? Jacob shall return, just like it said in Hosea, right? Afterwards, the children of Israel shall return. Seek HaWah and David their God. And they shall fear HaWah and his goodness in the latter days. End of days, latter days, whom I will raise up for them. David, one shepherd. David, seek HaWah. When you return, keep the code. And David. For behold, I will save you from afar, man, no matter where you are, no matter where they took you from America, where they drop you off at. You in the UK, you in Africa, you in Australia, and your seed from the land of their captivity, man, we're going to be saved from our bondage, just like with Moshe, right? Jacob shall return, just like it said in Hosea, Israel shall return. Multiple prophets, multiple witnesses, and have rest and be quiet, and no one should make them afraid. HaWah spoke through prophet Jeremiah that David will return after the end of Israel's captivity. We on a warpath, boss. He got that book. Huh? Con. David will return after the end of Israel's captivity, after they return to their own land. Well, first, after they seek HaWah, right? Yeah, first you gotta serve HaWah your power, right? That's rule number one. Christians got it backwards. They backwards pimping, man. They say you gotta serve the Son to get to the Father. Go through the Son to get through the Father. Go through Yahweh Shai to get to God, right? No, you gotta go through the Creator to even start thinking about getting the one shepherd forever. Ezekiel 37:24 and Ezekiel 34 got the same drop, right? One shepherd, David. You got to go through HaWah. You got to listen. You got to KTC. You got to serve HaWah first. That's rule number one. You don't go through the Son to get to the Father. You go through the Father to even understand the shepherding of the Mashiach, whom HaWah sends, whom HaWah raises up for the flock. Therefore do not fear, O my servant Jacob, says HaWah, nor be dismayed, O Israel, for behold, I will save you. Jesus is coming to save us. I will save you. He is coming to say, I will save you, man. You don't go through the Son and get to the Father, because the Father's gonna save you. Big Mama, Big Mama, Big Papa, Ama Abba, wisdom is on your side, man. HaWah will save you. How does HaWah save you? Well, HaWah may send David, right? HaMashiach. HaWah might send your dragons, but make no mistake, it is HaWah saving us. Isaiah 43, no other gods before me. Exodus 20, most high over everything. Rule number one, no other gods before me. I will save you from afar, and your seed from the land of their captivity. Jacob shall return, have rest, and be quiet, and no one shall make him afraid. So Jeremiah had to drop. Why? Because Jeremiah grew up in a house, just like Afghana, raised by King David, and remained in the royal court during King Solomon's reign. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Let's take it all the way back. Let's take it all the way back. Wow, let there be light, and there was light. God. Every green herb is for you, my naga. All this creation is an inheritance that we took for granted, you know what I mean, for a long time. A long, long time. So we got put in time out. We had to sit in solitary for many days before we started to seek the cold in our heart bone to stop slaying one another. Simple thing. Stop being jealous and killing each other over nothing. Stealing from each other over nothing. Over jealousy, covetous, bearing false witness on each other. So much blood is on our hands from time immemorial, man, forever, man. It's Cain and Abel, man. It's been Naga on Naga. But the scepter will never depart from Judah. And this is, very important when we talk about the sapphire staff and, it. making its rounds back to the hands of King David, because you know the Prester's coming back holding the same staff Adam had, the same staff Abraham had, Isaac and Jacob, Joseph, and Moshe. Halal HaWah. Wow. Let's get it right here. Genesis 49. And Jacob called unto his sons and gathered and said, Gather yourselves together that I might tell you that which shall befall you in the end of days. We're still talking latter days, right? Verse 2, Assemble yourselves and hear, you sons of Jacob, and hearken unto Israel your father. Reuben, thou art my firstborn, my might, and the first fruits of my strength. The excellency of dignity, the excellency of power. Unstable as water, have not thou the excellency, because thou went up to your father's bed, thou defiest thou it. He went up to my couch. Oh man. Unstable as water. Simeon and Levi are brethren, weapons of violence, their kinship. You want to know why, we in murder? You want to know why the murder rate's so high? Weapons of violence, their kinship. Like, we have weapons of violence in our DNA, right? But it's not supposed to be towards each other, right? That's our code. These 10 Commandments aren't about how to treat strangers of, what I mean? I mean, to an extent, when you dig on the law, but for the most part, it's about your tribe. It's about how to be a tribe. Don't put no power before your power as a tribe. You know what I'm saying? No vanity on Hawah's name as a tribe, right? Keeping your Shabbat as a tribe. No killing each other. Like, that's tribal. Don't steal from each other. That's just how you be a tribe. That's not about really, people outside of you. This is just how you be you. How you have solidarity and unity within your tribe. So that's where it always starts. You know what I'm saying? The sun's got to be a symbol. Just like Ezekiel, X marks the spot. 2 cross sticks. That's what the Kumse's trying to do. Tribe them up. Simeon and Levi are brethren, weapons of violence, their kinship. Let not my soul not come into their council, into their assembly. Let my glory not be not united. For in their anger they slew men, and in their self-will they houghed oxen. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it is cruel. It was cruel. I will divide them in Jacob and scatter them in Israel. Now, that's crazy. I mean, this is Jacob called his sons together and said, Gather yourselves together that I might tell you that which shall befall you in the end of days, man. So he's saying, what's been the information that's been passed to him, given the drop of what's going to happen so that they're prepared, because they know something's going to happen. They know there's some type of retribution, right? Because HaWah deals with us first. Like the book of Amos, chapter 3 says, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. So I'm going to visit your iniquities, man, because you're my babies, and I know you. I know you. So I'm going to visit you first because you knew the law. You knew better. You my babies. You're supposed to show, you're supposed to show that you got some home training. But nah, I'm going to divide them in Jacob, scatter them in Israel. Verse 8, Judah, these shall thy brethren praise. Thy hand shall be on the neck of thine enemies. Thy father's son shall bow down before thee. I'm just saying, this leads to this, you know what I'm saying? It's ordained. It's foretold by the Creator that out of the loins of Judah, the Prester will always be. They tried to hijack that with JC. And even though he's a born of a Virgin Mary, immaculate conception, son of God, right? They still try to say he's son of David. But how can he be from the same loins as David if he's born of a virgin, Jack? He don't have no daddy on her, right? So how could he be of David's seed, right? He can't be a son of David, which means he can't come from Judah. It's okay to be a son of God. You don't got to be a son of Judah, except that the prophecy, this is why they got to tie JC into this, man. The prophecy is that they're going to bow down before thee. And we just got, of course, over and over again, about David's return, whom I will raise up unto them, right? Talking about the last days, whom I will raise up. One shepherd. Latter days, right? Latter days, we're talking about when Israel returns and seeks the Creator and David. David, king of Judah, whom I will raise up, right? Because out the house of Judah, thy hand shall be on the neck of your enemies, man. So the Prester's function is to be on the neck of his enemies. You know, he's praised because of the order. See, when the covetous is gone, you can lift up your brother. You can lift up your sister with no covetous if that is the order, right? Thy father's son shall bow down before thee. Not because all these Judah, tribal Judah are also righteous, but because out of that comes the righteous flock. The code keepers will emerge primarily, at least in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? That's just the order. We're rising up in order. We just don't see it because we're so close to the puzzle. We don't see the whole picture. You know what I'm saying? But Judah is waking up first, my night. We even got some scripture on that. There's a reason that Judah wakes up first. Why it says, because I don't want them or your brothers or anybody feeling like they can boast themselves over Judah. The boasting got to stop. The covetous got to stop. And once all the covetous is gone, you realize why Judah has the scepter. Why the scepter shall never depart. Just like Esau and Jacob. Why did that staff had to go in Jacob's hands to get to Joseph, to get to Moshe? Why does Jacob get praise? Why shall they bow down, all these sons? Because the function is in the loins. Judah is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my son, thou art gone up. He stooped down. He crouched as a lion. And as a lioness, who shall rouse him? Oh, here comes the hate in the translation. Because it didn't always say lioness. Remember, we went back. They changed it to lioness. And this is supposed to be the 1917 to not. But this ain't, man, they be playing with us, right? Because even in the KJV, what does it say? What does it say, Jay? Why would they change it to lioness? When did they change it to lioness? This is important, man. This is an attack. You see what they're doing in hip-hop? All the feminization of the masculinities, You see what's happening. Paintings of the nails and all this dress wearings and stuff. Man, you see what they're doing to Judah? What does it say here? Wow. And as an old lion, who shall rouse him up? Now, ain't that something? We just got lioness. And now we switch translations to the King James. Now in the new King James, they're going to change it probably to either lion. They take the old out and put lion, or then they go lioness eventually. I think the New International Version has lioness. It says old lion in the KJV. Let's do some investigation, shall we? And notice it says the scepter. The scepter will never depart, right? Shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet until Shiloh come, and until him shall the gathering of the people be. Do you see clearly? Do you see clearly? Unto him shall the gathering of the people be. Who? Somebody coming from Judah, right? Someone coming from Judah like a Khan. Not an Arab improper and not a mustard rat. So HaWah makes it abundantly clear when it comes to King David being one shepherd, the one shepherd. Seek HaWah and David, the king, the king, the king. Very clear. You got to be a real hater to ignore all this David prophecy and still go to Yahweh Shah. You got to be a real hater, man, to see clearly that the scepter is going to be with Judah forever. And then say, nah, but I'm looking forward to come out of the tribe of the Mohammedans. I'm looking forward to come out the Christian church. JC, not from the tribe of Judah, my knock. That's why they had to try to tie him in as a son of David, because he's not from the tribe of Judah, that he can never have the scepter. Ooh, ah, ah. And as an old lion, who shall rouse him up? Yeah, old lion. Yeah, let's get it right. Let's get it right. Let's go. Ah, ah, ah. So when they change it to lioness, that's crazy. Because they sure be lying. They sure be lying. Well, our KJV got old line. What happened with the new KJV? Let's see. Step by step. How do we go from old lion, Judah old lion, to Judah lioness? It sure seemed like they lied. Okay, we got, wait, it's the same one? Which one am I at? Okay. That's the same one. This is the new King James version. As a lion, so they're getting closer, right? So they lost the old OG ancient lion, and now it's just a lion, right? Why would they take the old out? Because they don't want, they don't want you to feel the energy of your ancestors, man. They don't want you to feel the ancient OG, say original. They don't want you to feel original. So the King James is old line, then they went to line. Now, in every Christian church now, they use mostly the NIV, New International Version. Trust me, I know it well. I grew up with this thing, right? I grew up with this thing. That's why I can navigate it so well, because I had to study it so much. I studied the New Testament in and out. So trust me, by the time I'm rocking Tanakh only, I see clearly the spell that they put when they made us go through the sun to get to the Father. And the New Testament is all about a new hero. It's all about worshiping this hero. You know what I'm saying? Oh, but Jesus doesn't say to worship me. That fool said in Matthew 28, all power has been given to me. Not, no prophet talks like that. Moses never said, all power has been given to me. Therefore, go make disciples. Nah, hijack. That's Zeus right there. That ain't no real Mashiach. You know what I'm saying? Son of God. Are you son of God or you son of David? Make it your mind up. But the scepter will not depart from Judah. And here's your lioness. Ping, pow. So the New International Version that all the Christians use today says lioness just to throw some shade on Judah. Even though the scepter will not depart from Judah, he got to be a lioness. Damn. And the New King James Version, they just be lying. They just be lying. They just be lying. The original KJV, they old lying with they stuff. They old lying, right? So that's a big thing. I always got a kick out of seeing them hijack Judah, man. Like, how the hell did y'all go from old lying to lioness? But one thing you can't lie about is the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet. That's the code keeper, right? Until Shiloh come, and until him shall the gathering of the people be. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. So, yeah, we talking scepters. You talking scepter? The scepter shall not depart from Judah. Halal HaWah. So this is why King David, can be David, because the scepter will never depart. Prester John can be Prester John because the scepter will never depart. And this makes it even more of a good imagination when we think about the sapphire staff of creation. And it's that the scepter that David will one day be rocking again, that Prester will hold in his hand. Because we don't need two shepherds when we got one shepherd. Nor a lawgiver, right? From between his feet. So he got the code, he got the law. God. David got the code, David got the law. And now it's in our heart bone. Until him shall the gathering of the people be. When? We're talking end of days, latter days. Because you've been scattered. So although the brothers were scattered, my naga, they will come back under the house of Judah. Not in a hateful way. Oh, why we got to be under the house of Judah? Because the scepter will not depart from Judah. You can't have your own King David in Ephraim and your own King David in Manasseh. King David is the Khan of Khan. And until the heart is purified, sanctified, no jealousy, no covetous, then we can accept that and say, all this is one. I am Judah, and I am Ephraim, and I am Manasseh. It's one tribe, man. There ain't no competition. It's order. You walk into a taekwondo dojo, you're gonna have black belts in the front, all the way back to the white belts. They're all part of the same school, teacher, professor, sensei, whatever, same master teacher, same HaWah. But the house gotta be a house. A house has to have order. You can't come in as a white belt, stand in front of the black belts. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying it's order. You're not gonna come disrespecting, walking on the mat with your shoes on, man. You're not gonna come wearing your shoes in the house of the Khan. It's order over chaos. Yeah. David got the code. David got the code. The scepter will never depart. We're talking old line, man. Khan. We're just talking a family. So the same way there's order in our family, right? Amongst our tribe, where Judah, thy father's children shall bow down before thee. Judah got the Khan, right? David got the Khan. This order when it comes to the earth, the tribes on the earth, right? I'm just showing you a microcosm, then we get back to the macro. Amos, right? Great book right here. I love Amos. Really slept on, you know what I mean? Amos chapter 3 got the drop about the one family. So just like there's one shepherd, there's one tribe, there's one family. We just broke it down in the micro. Um, just digging on the house of Israel, but let's pull back. Let's pull out, right? Let's see a bigger picture, right? And now you got the whole earth, and now you got all the tribes of the earth. And just like Judah, you know, has the scepter as the Prester, the priest, and the Khan, the Dawid's coming out the loins of Judah, even in the end of days, right? Judah got the scepter. On earth, Banaga, Israel got the scepter, right? Kalaluz, India Superior. It's called India Superior for a reason, Banaga. Because you only have I known of all the families of the earth. Yeah, that's why you're called India Superior. They didn't come to India Superior and find inferior Nagas. They didn't come to India Superior and find an inferior amount of gold. Nah, this set off the gold rush. This set off the gold rush. Nah, they didn't come to India Superior, man. You know what I mean? And find inferior frequency. They found the house of the Prester. Who's Prester John, right? So, how long did you think they're gonna be asleep for? They just found you here. They just got to this place. You thought you were gonna go into the metaverse. They thought you was gonna be asleep in the metaverse, living life through an avatar. They thought you was gonna be lost forever. Forget about your birthright and reality. You're gonna buy digital. What's it called? Digital real estate, fake, fake real estate. People buying digital real estate, right? Fake virtual property. Forget about your inheritance. Let's go, man. Let's go. It's crazy. It's crazy. India superior. Forget about your inheritance, right? The British knew to call this superior India in 1530 and to put the Prester on the map. What was the Prester doing in America, man? What was the Prester doing in America? I'll be seeing you. I'll be seeing you, boss. What's this got to do with Moshe and the Arab proper? India superior in the land of the Prester. Judah, right? Cathay, Catan. You only have known of all the families on the earth. That's a big, bold statement, but it definitely does develop some order around here. And as soon as we're called out to be the cons of India's superior, then here comes the hatred and the jealousy of these other nations, right? Now they want our stuff. Now they want our land. Now they want your gold. Now they want your things. So I got to make it clear. You got to be a witness against Israel, because as good as that is to be known by HaWah, it comes with a code of conduct, man. You can't do anything. You can't worship anything you want, man. All right. You got a mama and a daddy, man. You got to come home if you want to flourish. If you want your guardian dragons to flourish, man. Protect frequency. O children of Israel, hear this word. HaWah has spoken against you, children of Israel. Jacob, right? Against the whole family, man. So this ain't about one or two people. This is the witnessing against Israel, man. Right? The whole family, which I brought out the land of Egypt back to Moses, right? Saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. This is why they mad, son. Now kick this to Psalms 83, Confederacy. Go to Psalms 83, right? And now they're making, they're setting traps. They're making a confederacy against your treasured ones. Now they are confederate against you, because you only have the Creator known on the entire earth, man. This is why they didn't have the code. This is why they can't keep the code until you keep the code. And even when they try to keep the code, they just trying to be like you. And even when you're out of code, they still just trying to be like you. The whole world talking about Kendrick versus Drake. College professors are breaking this down in their collegiate studies. Kendrick versus Drake. But if these were two, other people, non-Hebrews, the whole world wouldn't be tuning into this. Two Japanese rappers going at each other, nobody's tripping. You go anywhere else, but you come home to Judah, right? Whether Drake is half Judah or full Judah, whatever you want to call it. You come home to Judah, and guess what? Everyone's dialed in to hear what you got to say when you go against each other. But you only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore what? I will punish you. Not the whole earth, you, man. And because you fall, it's going to be their fault too, because they're going to try to exploit you and do all this, you know, genocide. You know what I mean? They're then HaWah's gonna get the recompense, and then we're gonna return, right? And then we're gonna seek the Creator, KTC, and then connect with Kondawi, Prester John again. So we got punished for our iniquities. Now the earth is about to get the other tribes, right? These other families are about to feel it. They've been in Beverly Hills the whole time. They've been in Malibu, right? They've been in their secret societies, making secret deals. But not no more. Because just like we got punished because we was the only family HaWah knows, now we getting saved because we are the only family HaWah knows on the earth. So you're going to have to get with it or get left on. Jack, can two walk together unless they agree? Except they agree. I'm going to punish you, man. Who? You for your iniquity. I think we see clearly. I mean, this is just what's happening. And honestly, my nog, it's all happening. But you got to witness, you got to observe. And by observing, you collapse the wave pattern and you collapse it on a particular point of salvation when you observe and witness the code. I'm just talking quantum. But if you are not observing, it's all happening. And all happening includes your punishment. Some of y'all coming up, some of y'all coming down. And the ones that's coming down are always going to try to claw and scratch crabs in the barrel on the ones that's coming up. So it's going to be a constant cycle of envy, covetous, murder, and mayhem. The book of Joel, chapter 3. Told you I'm doing a lot of reading. Go ahead and get cozy. Come on, man. Hijack City. Every day is a day for Amma. You dig? Yeah. Your Mother's Day is not their Mother's Day. Just remember that. They're not celebrating your mama when they talk Mother's Day. So don't feel all bad. Be like, oh man, it's Mother's Day. Man, they ain't talking about your mama. They're talking about their Queen Mother of Heaven, man. She goes by many names, right? Uh-oh. Yeah. Oh, wow. It's a beautiful, flow right here. Egypt shall be in desolation. Verse 19, and Edom shall be a desolate wilderness for the violence against the children of Judah. So, like I said, we got punished because HaWah knows us. Y'all getting punished because HaWah never knew you. And you put violence against the children of Israel, specifically against the children of Judah when I'm talking Edom, right? Because they have shed innocent blood. So HaWah's not over here banging on you just because you're not Israel. Nah, you could be the mixed multitude. You can keep the code. But being the mixed multitude or being a Gentile amongst the flock doesn't make you Judah. Just remember that. We have to stress that point because HaWah stresses that point. You know, the birthright and the house, it comes with, I guess, a double-edged sword. It's the most beautiful pure, protected flow when we're in our frequency. And outside of it, we experience the worst, right? We experience the worst. HaWah visits us, we experience the worst. But when you shed innocent blood on us, oh boy, well, yeah, that's a violence. The violence coming, the violence coming on y'all. Psalms 83 Confederacy. I don't think you've ever seen nothing like this before. But Judah shall dwell forever, and Jerusalem from generation to generation. Halal HaWah. For I will cleanse their blood that I have not cleansed, for HaWah dwells in Zion. Wow, Halal. Man, I always enjoy this, man. Assemble yourselves, man. You assemble yourselves by KTC, by keeping the code. Beat your plowshares into swords, man. Pruning hooks into spears. Let the weak say I'm strong. Hey, that sound like we on a warpath, boss. Oh yeah, HaWah's getting back. Proclaim you this. Verse 9, among the Gentiles prepare war. Wake up the mighty men. Let all the men of war draw near. Let them come up. Oh man. Yeah. Behold, I will raise them out of the place, verse 7, whether they have sold them, and will return your recompense upon your own head bone, man. And I will sell your sons and daughters into the hand of the children of Judah, and they shall sell them to the Sabians, to a people far off. For HaWah has spoken. And don't that remind you of that Isaiah flow, man? Right? Isaiah 14. Man, this is a victory lap, man. I hope you're enjoying this, great scriptural, wave surf we're having, man. You know, I'm just letting the flow be the flow, because the flow is forever. Let's get it here. 14. The flow is forever. So you just heard it. While I say, look, man, I'm a, be in captivity, man. They're gonna get sold off to the Sabians. What's it say in Isaiah 14? Precept on precept, Verse 1, for HaWah will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel and set them in their own land. And the strangers, it's all good. Stranger doesn't mean we hate you. But Moses was called a stranger, and he was the king of Cush for 40 years, and he was still called a stranger. So yes, the strangers shall be joined with him, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob, and the people shall take them, bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them. Don't that sound like what we just read? In the land of HaWah for servants and handmaids. So you a Gentile, you're happy to be alive at this point. You're happy to be in the house of Israel. You're happy to be a part of the restoration of Israel. That means you have to serve, just like we have had to serve hard labor all this time during our captivity. And they shall take them captives, whose captives they were. Yeah. and they shall rule over their oppressors. Don't that sound like what we were just reading, man? And who are the oppressors? Psalms 83. Let's go. Don't make me get Deuteronomy 28 again. It's a gift and a curse, right? Because you only, of all the families have I known, Deuteronomy 28, verse 1 through 15, let you know it's all good when you KTC. You get Baruch when you come in, Baruch when you come out. Blessings on blessings. After verse 16, curses on curses because you ain't listening, right? But you're never supposed to see bondage again. But you got to go back to bondage, and you ain't even supposed to see it again. That's how much of a repetitious situation and cycle we've been in with captivity, timeout, whatever you want to call it, punishment. We get out of punishment, got to go right back in. Don't that sound like the streets? Get out of jail, go right back. But in the streets, it's like there's a system working against us, you know? But with HaWah, it's like we're working against ourselves. It's a dragon devouring its own tail. When you devour yourselves, you do all the work for them. You're out of code, that's all they need. They sent the missionaries on us first to get us out of code so that we're no longer rule number one, most high over everything. Now, go through the hijack, right? We go through the sun god, the Helios, Zeus and Ra, and we go through the false idols to get to HaWah. So once they changed your direction, they gave you a nice little misdirection play. Go through the sun, go through the sun, go through the sun on a Sunday. Got 'em. But there are no other gods but me, Isaiah 43. No other gods before me, Exodus 20. Over and over again, right? When you out of code, your oppressors are celebrating. And they look just like us. Because now they can use our energy, exploit us in sports and entertainment and everything else. Straight up slavery, however they got to get it, you know. And we ain't got no savior because we can't save ourselves because we don't keep the code. But I promise you, my niggas, man, the minute we started keeping the code again, the frequency shifted, and that doesn't mean that everything in your life's gonna work out. You still getting tested, even in the wisdom of Solomon. My mama say I'll come at you crooked first to make sure you really KTC. I'm gonna make sure you really keep it the code. I'm not gonna give you everything you want. I'll make sure you really KTC. Man, what's going on here? Questions, come on, man. Hijack City. I'm gonna make sure you really are about this life, you know, that you can deal with the adversity. That's why we have to understand who's the adversary. And if you're a dragon devouring your own tail, yourself, then there is no greater adversary than you. You know how your thoughts can get in the way, you know how you can jam yourself up from time to time. We got to get evil wild beast out of our heads, the horrible thoughts that we harbor in that we got to release, or else they, turn into a manifestation. But they've been meditating, just like the Papal Bull 1452. They've been meditating with due meditation on our demise, on our takedown, our downfall. They have made confederacies against us. They have taken crafty counsel against your people and consulted against your hidden ones. Where were you hidden, my Naga? To my recollection, they just found you when Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. You were hidden in a place called India Superior, which is the same place, again, that is in the British Museum as where the Prester would be located. Even though they say in Africa, they're looking in Asia, looking everywhere, but the British Museum knew exactly where to put Prester John on the map of America. 1500s, man. They knew to find you based on these fables and books and all this mythos they had. They had books about this fabled kingdom in the far Orient. These Orientals, these Oriental Ethiopians, Abyssinians. For lo, your enemies make a tumult, and they that hate you have lifted up the head. They hate you because you only have I known of all the families of the earth. And Judah, just talking to Judah, your own brothers, Judah, you hating on yourself, really, Judah, you were dragging devouring your own tail because you kill each other, steal from each other, hijack each other, covetous, false witness on each other. You ain't honoring your Shabbats together. So therefore, Judah, you can't get mad if Ephraim and Manasseh and Simeon and Reuben and Gad are hating on you too, because you hating on yourself right now. But when you code up, Judah, entire Israel's going to code up with you, Judah. And Israel, when you code up, wow, the whole earth plane has a good opportunity to walk through that vortex with you, Israel, Jacob, right? You now have strangers that are, uh, you know, attaching and, I'm saying, to your ways because they attach to your ways anyway. They cleave to your house, whether you're doing good or bad. Now they on demon time. Now they making drill music. Now they going crazy, just like you, Judah. But when Judah's in code, the whole world's in code, man. And that's just the order of things. Now Judah that's out of code is the worst. Right? And HaWah punishes Judah heavy when we're out of code. Because we have the code, because you only of all the families have I known. So they have taken crafty counsel. They have hated on you, man. They have consulted against you because you're the hidden ones. They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more remembered, man. For they have consulted together with one consent, man. They are confederate against you, the same players, right? The same players. The same Avengers, right? And it's interesting because in the Prester John, Marvel flow, he's actually fighting the Avengers. So the Avengers gotta be hijacked. You think I'm playing, man? You think it's a game? Put in Marvel. Hold on, man. Y'all didn't know Prester John was in Marvel? I know y'all know because y'all been surfing the wave with 137 Prester Johns. But somebody's like, what do you mean? What are you saying? Yeah, Prester John's a Marvel character. Okay. And he's fighting the Avengers, is all I'm saying. That's all we say. Marvel, Prester John. See what we get. But if you remember the story, he's fighting Thor, he's fighting all these Avengers. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to take what they're calling the evil eye from him, which is technology. That's why, back to the dragon, the one with the deadly glance, back to the Ethiopian, Abyssinian, fiery looking, connects to something called the evil eye. The evil eye at Marvel is the technology of this fiery looking Khan. It's a time travel type of flow. It enables the Prester to go into suspended animation, which reminds me of the Moses flow in the book of Deuteronomy 34, when Moses supposedly dies and he lays his hands on Joshua, passes that Ruach to Joshua. But his life force was never dim, nor was his eye. His eye was never dim, nor was his life force ever lessened or what they call abated. Yes, Prester John is a Marvel character. They say he's a fictional thing, right? Appearing in American comic books published by Marvel Comics. The character is based loosely on the legendary Christian King Prester John. Prester John first appeared in Fantastic Four Volume 1, number 54. Yeah, as I said, I can't make this stuff up. And they even call him historian king, and we got that last time. Go get the job. Refers to an old king renowned for wise counsel. So Nestorian just refers to an old king, just like it says in Genesis 49, like an old lion. Who will rouse him up? Earth 616. Jonathan. Yeah, look how they hide. Look, man. He's a Caucasian now with red hair. And it says his aliases or alliances, you know what I'm saying? His allies, his alliances. His, can't say that word right now. Allies, all right. High Pope, aliases, yeah, aliases, right? All right. High Pope and Emperor of India and Ethiopia. Come on, boss. But they got him as an Caucasian. Why you gotta draw him up like this, man? Why you gotta be all like this? Of course, iconoclasm. I get it. I get it. High Pope and Emperor of India and Ethiopia. Emperor like the Emperor of Abyssinians, right? John Presbyter, John the Presbyter, Priest, John Priest. These are all his aliases. Now there we go. Aliases. The keeper of memories, they call him. The Patriarch John, Presbyter Johannes, Presbyter John, Priest John, Sinopus, Sultan John of Babylon. Uh-oh. Remember the Babylon flow? Georgia, Babylon, the Wonder. All right. These are the aliases. India Superior, Ethiopia, Abyssinia. And just get back to it since we got it before. Just remember, he went into suspended animation. Just remember. You got the drop. They try to get to this evil eye. Under unknown circumstances, he ended up in Africa, but he's still Caucasian. He's the king of India, emperor of Ethiopia, but he's still Caucasian. Who's he fighting against? Thanks. John traveled the world until he found the Isle of Avalon, where he gained the evil eye, which is technology. Get the drop. Plague seemed to wipe out the citizens of Avalon. John prepared to sit upon the seat of survival. Now, if you watch the Loki series, it looks like he sits on his seat at the end of the Loki series, right? Which would place him in suspended animation. However, Kang, here comes Kang, another melanated man, right? Or are we talking Genghis Khan? Huh? Appeared trying to get John to join him, which sounds like the real thing. As a result of their battle, John was sent into the past. So where's President John? Did he get sent into the past? And where's the land of Prester John? We about to get some Italian PNC, man. We about to get some orientation. Where's the land of Prester John? He was sent into the past. He attempted to manipulate events in the past, advising a Frankish scheme to battle Vikings. He was stopped by Thunderstrike, then acting as Thor, who was investigating a town Kang had reverted to medieval times. A bolt from Mjolnir somehow triggered the eye to teleport John back to Avalon. Okay. So they got this whole thing, the Stone of Power situation. Now it's connected with. He was later found and briefly battled the Thing and Iron Man, man. So he's fighting the Avengers, man. When the Shaper of Worlds formed the medieval world Earth using the imagination of a child in the history of Avalon, John acted as one of his four muses or four Moseses. One letter rule. One letter rule. We just got the three Moseses plus Moses the Black. That's four Moses. Dormammu and Loki. Remember the Loki series where he sat on the seat of survival in the series. Reform the evil eye. And all this drop. They got Kang, they got Loki. How come they ain't come out with the Prester drop? Huh? They don't want to wake you up too much, huh? The Defenders and Avengers were tricked into battling each other over the fate of Dane Whitman. So they were tricked into battling each other. Who was once again in the body of his ancestor, Ebord Carrington. Prester John was able to regain the eye from Prince John and Modred. Prester John later returned to modern times. He became involved with Cable and Deadpool due to Cable's attempt to control the world and Deadpool being falsely accused of murdering the Muslim cleric. So someone bore false witness on Deadpool. So Prester rocked with Deadpool and Cable. Huh? Now there's a Deadpool Marvel, right? We know that for sure. There's Iron Man, Avengers, there's Loki. Do you know Prester was all in the mix? All in the mix. He took residence on Providence. He seemed to have altered or added the eye to his stellar rod. And this stellar rod is probably the same sapphire staff that Moshe was rocking with. But all of this is technology, whether you're talking the sapphire staff or the stellar rod. Lego. AI to my knock is dropping great comments, throughout this investigation and other investing is wrong. Whether we're talking flat drop 101, we're talking the code, we're seeking HaWah, or, we're talking the indigenous truth, my noggin, what I mean? It's all happening. So, ThaWaDa to y'all, man. Got some interesting ones for you today. Shout out to user XX3, or, you know what I'm saying? He said, you are with the ThaWaDa here and now. We are with you even when you might not be aware of it. Okay. All will be apparent pretty soon. The amount of time you put into compiling this tremendous library of information knowledge has not gone unnoticed, or on the contrary, it is well recognized and appreciated. Your courage is bold and very intuitive. You have uncovered so much truth that it would take years to navigate. You have been tirelessly, I'm tired now, tirelessly engaged and focused in your endeavor, searching for the truth while never faltering. You and your tribe. That's the part I appreciate the most, man, is when they say you and the tribe, because we do this together. In which you work are indispensable. We feel you. We are one with you on this journey into the kingdom. You have the Most High's blessing in ours. Keep up the good fight. ThaWaDa, Prester John. Did y'all know Prester John left a message just for you? That's all right, man. Hey, Halal HaWah. Shout out to Worm. He says, I am King David. All right, man. Hey, we got a lot of king. Y'all got to decide which one of y'all is David. And y'all come back. We're going to put on some boxing gloves, man. Whoever wins is ThaWaDa. I wonder how we get to them. And okay, there we go. Yeah, we're talking some flat drop. Yeah, worlds beyond the poles. I wonder how we get to them and travel to see where they go and make your E from sea to shining sea. As above, so below. I never thought about the sea and then the shining sea being the waters above, man. Okay. Different plants with strange roots. We're talking that Voynich manuscript. We're going to get some of that for the dismount. Cosmos, Zodiac. Reminds me of Little Shop of Horrors movie. Maybe the plants represent different species of people and animals of other worlds. More worlds beyond the pole. Get a couple more. Alfonso the fifth says, John Drake 4. Shout out to Braylon B. or Braylon Bavis, all right, and Jalen Hunter, and ISTY, and John Drake. All right. Alfonso V was a Moor. That means that the black Europeans were enslaving native blacks in America. That's exactly what it means. Except we ain't black. We ain't black. We are the All right. Answer to the outer spaces where it's extraterrestrial, meaning more land. I look forward to checking them out for myself when I slip this bag of bones. Okay, he wants to see the more land. Shout out to Big Poppy C. ThaWaDa, all y'all, man. We appreciate y'all checking in, man. Know that the Prester is over here, checking in on us. Makes me feel A1 like the sauce. Yeah, we keep talking about more worlds, man, beyond the poles. And I'm going to get a couple, I'm going to get them. I'm getting to the more worlds. I'm going to work my way up there. All right, so let's keep going as we start making our dismount. Do, 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 do. Let's go. For the dismount. Oh, wow. So again, map after map after miggity miggity map. You're not going to see no North America in the 16th century, 17th century. Right. You got Grand Tartary. Right. So when you hear this Mongol flow, it's connecting the fact that Asia, China is North America, boss. Asia is North America. Cathay, Qatar. Original Paris, Paris is Mexico, man. Florida, boss. Just get this through your head, boss. Map after map, India superior, no North America. I said India superior, no North America, boss. Right, so we ain't gotta go crazy no more. We ain't got to go crazy no more. No matter how old you go, you ain't gonna get no North America. But you will find Asia, boss. And that's why we say which one? Which one? Let's go. You know, we've been skimming through this David Rubini. I just wanted to get a couple more paragraphs in it right quick before we get into some flat drop 101 with Italian PNC for the dismount. Prester 137, boss. Pontificates54.rssing.com. AHOP to you. Australia's is Tara Zoct. Hey, man. Hey, Baruch. Baruch Basak, man. To all the cons, man. Popping off a brand new year. You know, whether you celebrate your Baruch Basak, man, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks, 3 strongs ago, 2 strongs, this strong. Hey, Baruch Basak, man. Halal HaWah. It's the year of the dragon, to the tribe. And this link got a lot of connections, man. You know, it's just a piece kind of what we got with southern blogs that were taken down, like the Elihu project was taken down. So, you know, it just made us kind of find some of this stuff in other places. But this got some drop, though. That's for sure. Come on, slow neck. Don't fail me now. Yeah, man. David Rubani is the same David Salsland. When we looked at the title Salsland, we got the menacing look. We got the sword, right? So the same menacing look sounds like the one with the deadly glance, sounds like the evil eye, sounds like all the same thing. Do you see clearly? Because when you see clearly to them, you got the evil eye, deadly glance. It's a weapon when you see clearly. For you to know who you are, it's a weapon, man. I don't think you know. But when you know, you realize that you were destroyed for lack of knowledge, right? Ooh, some drop, some drop. I'm gonna stay on point. But I haven't. I've only read like 1% of this, maybe 2% of this. There's so much of this link right here. But you got the drive. You let me know. You let me know. You let me know what I'm missing. What y'all doing, man? Y'all playing with this link? What y'all doing? For the dismount, you know they be on that play. Wow, that's one of those wow moments. Anytime they try to stall us out, we just wow, and then they just come back. Then it just comes back. We take advantage of those little times when they try to hijack and just put some frequency out there for them. What I mean? All right, so let's get this alternative Australian history link, or this portion of the link. If I can find it again, I gotta find it. 4, 3, 2. Come on, man. Come on, boss. Come on, boss. And this is, I'm sorry, man. Put the kids to bed, because this is what we get when we research, I guess. This hijack city don't stop. Can you please get this out of here, man? It's ridiculous. I don't even know. Sorry, y'all. Hijack city's active, man. Then they want to just keep it there, too. I'm going to reload. Get this crap out of here. Promote it. Then he's going to slow the net down, so I'll be stuck with it. Sorry, this is another HaWah moment. Yeah, they're going to freeze me on this page, man. Y'all, I just want y'all to know what I'm going through, man. Y'all see what I'm going through. Getting this drop to you. They're going to put smut in our face. They're just going to throw smut on our table, man. Halal HaWah, Halal HaWah. It's all good. Wow. They really froze the page, too. That's the thing about it. That's crazy. So I got to reload stuff. Come on, boss. Wow. It's all good. I ain't gonna get frustrated. How y'all reeling, man? Y'all enjoying the flow so far? That's all good. Hey, Dodger on them hijacks. You should be professional right now at how to dodge your own damn hijack. Because ain't nobody gonna dodge it for you sometimes. It's alright, because you can't stop the drop, man. The water keeps flowing. No matter what kind of malarkey they throw. Hijack City. Yeah, I'm reeling good, man. I'm reeling up. Look at these guys. They still here. They still here. Let me reload this, y'all. I'm reeling up, man. I'm above the hijack. I'm above their low vibrations. You know what I'm saying? And we all have gotten to this point. What I mean? Where we can't be phased, man. You know what I'm saying? Our day starts off. You're becoming experts, man, at being alchemists. You know what I'm saying? Turning negatives into positives, man. They try to hijack you with some low vibration. It's not even phasing you no more. It's not even affecting you at all. You know what I'm saying? they can't figure out how come when I, stall them out, hijack their, I'm saying, lessons, and how do they just keep going? Why won't they quit? Why do they still got the drought? All right, all right, y'all. Let's just get this, man. This is crazy. I've never seen a hijack like this before. Just dropping stuff that you can't clear, get away. That's crazy. All right. Wow. And that's even on the reload. That's crazy. We dodging a lot of hijack, man. Y'all better be dodging your hijack. All right. Alternative history of ancient Australia. Here we go. I could just make it big and just boot them out of there. Boot them out. Should have did that the first time. Why do y'all tell me? So we started off with this last time, I think, or a couple times ago. Back to the 1530, this freezing of Antarctica. And we talked about the little ice age. Go get the drop. You know, I'm getting to where we were. I worked hard for this link, so I got to make sure I get where we left off at. Because there's a lot of drop. And hey, man, do your recon. That's all we can say. Do your recon and connect your investigation. Just like we have had to do. With ours. Let's see. Where y'all want to pick this up at? I mean, you got to drive. I'm going quickly, but you got to drive. I want to get into David Rubani, man. Where's David Rubani? Okay. Interesting. David Rubani was part of this group who had fled from the southern continent to Arabia, lands of Islam. Now, again, are we talking heir proper or pretenders, right? So, it's this southern continent or this Arabia, we're just talking India Superior still. But let's go. It was possible that they fled to where Jeddah Island, sounds like Judah, right? And Kaaba in modern day Bahrain. This may have been a temporary stopping place for these Israelites leaving Australia, formally embracing Islam and heading for Afghanistan. But remember, Afghanistan, this Islam was pushed because Kish was tasked or missioned from Muhammad to spread the Islam to his people or to these Israelites, right? And now they're leaving Australia. But remember, let's see, I gotta find my map of Australia. Oh, there we go. Australia is not that little continent over there that they call today. It just meant southerly, Sunderland, right? Southerly. Australia is all this land. Australia is all this southern land, so it's not just a continent, it's all this land, right? That now they say it's just nothing, boss. All that land, where is it here? Where did it go? It's just fuego. They just left us with Terra Fuego. But what happened to all that land, right? Now we get into orientation pies and orientation enchiladas. What happened to all that land? Wouldn't that be called Tarzante? Sakal, what it do? Same outline, right? All this land is already mapped out. So why'd they take it off the map? Because it's showing the gateways to get out to more worlds beyond the pole. All this land here is all this land here. And this word Tarzante is, what's it mean? Well, Holy Land, right? Tarzante, Israel. The Holy Land, man. So why is it called Holy Land, Tarzante? And we're still talking Australians. God, that's all I want to know. So when they talk in Australia, they're talking Tarzante, which means Holy Land, boss, right? Holy Land, we're talking Israelites. We're talking Australians. God, we're talking Australians, right? Australia, right? All right, so this Australia's history unfolds a whole new chapter into the Holy Land situation, because you're talking about land that was recently iced over or, frozen in 1530 or later. And the Perry Reese map shows no cap on Antarctica's chest bone in the 1600s either. So when did the freeze over happen, right? And if you're leaving Australia, you're leaving that fertile, lush, tropical Antarctica, because Australia is Antarctica. But nowadays, they'll just say fuego. But the same fuego here is the same fuego here with the gateways, right? They only got the same gateways, Jack? Huh? Same little gateway? Okay. Fuego. Fuego. Nah, man. Fuego. Australia's. God. However, those lost Israelites were actually the remnant of the kingdom of Eber. Heber is the same as the Eber, right? See the Sheba flow? See the Sheba flow? See the Eber flow? Go back to the Arab proper, right? Eber, right? God. Youngest son of Eber, Joktan, progenitor of the 13 Arab proper tribes, many of which, as Hazarmaveth, and Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, Sheba, Eber, Ka, Western Australia's. All right, so we're talking to David Rubini. Ka. And again, Rubini is the same Rubani, Reuben, Gad, Manasseh. But David is the king of all tribes of Israel, including Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh, as the king of Judah. Because this David, husband of Lady Hannah, is the same David Sauceland, or shall I, son of David Sauceland, or excuse me, father of David Sauceland, who is also the husband of Lady Hannah. So this David Sauceland, his dad is who? Of course, you know this, Raja Hiraja Chola II, Jadaron, Prester, John the Marvel, Khan, King David, Khan, husband of Hannah, who would also be a Sheba. These are titles, Shambhala, husband of Lady Hannah, David the First, husband of Lady Hannah. So David the First, husband of Lady Hannah, is synonymous, right? 1200s with Prester John, husband of Lady Hannah. Let's go. From dismount. David Rubini was part of this group, right? Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh. I am David, the son of King Solomon. May the memory of the righteous be for a blessing. And my brother is King Joseph, who is older than I, and who sits on the throne of his kingdom in the wilderness of Habar, which is Eber, Quaveria, and rules over 13 myriads of the tribe of Gad and of the tribe of Reuben. And again, this Ania, right? And this underneath is Quaveria. They spell it with a Q here, but it's also spelled with a K. Kivera. Sometimes it's KH, and they take the K off, and it's Hevera, or Hebera, or Heberu. Ebadia is Ebadia, Ibadia, Eber, Anaga, Eber is Quaveria, is Keber, is Eber. We broke that down in previous drops. God. Just looking at the Rubini, man. So what? Okay. So this David sits on the throne of his kingdom in the wilderness of Heber, rules over 13 myriads of the tribes of Gad. So he's ruling over Gad, Reuben, and half tribe of Manasseh. He's not a Reubenite. He's ruling over, right? I have journeyed from before the king, my brother and his counselors, the 70 elders. They charged me to go first to Rome, to the presence of the Pope. May his glory be exalted. I left them by the way of the hills, 10 days' journey. God. And it's interesting. I mean, he says, I am David, the son of King Solomon. Okay. I mean, these are titles. Because he's also a Soli. Remember, the Chola is also Soli. It's the same thing. Emperor of Soli. So the Soliman title, it's already popping off. Remember Kalalus? This is 1195, but Soliman was already popping off in 700s in America. Yeah. So I said, keep Kalalus on your mind, bone. 775, right? Nehemiah Theodoric reconquers the American Empire. Kalalus was ruled by Sylvanus Texas, who's Solomon the Builder. Hereditary ruler, man, from the birthright ruler of this Hebrew ruled Remani. Reman is pomegranate, signifying the promised land. Rimmon, the Hebrew Remani colony, right? Kalalus was founded in the 1st century BC by the Babylonian exarch known as Sylvanus Ogam or Sylvanus Brabo or Solomon II, Babylonian exarch Nasi Mari. So this Solomon II is Sylvanus Ogam and Brabo is where they're getting the Barbar, because Barbar is the Brabo, which means swan, which is where they're getting the ships of Solomon, or the ships shaped like swans, Managa, or the Swan Knights, which are exilarchs. Yeah. So that Solomon II, you know what I'm saying, is the predecessor of this Solomon the Builder. So this Solomon II could easily be David himself, but under the title solely. Exilarch, right? Under the title solely. And his son is an exilarch, just like them. Khan. Exilarch is the ruler of the Hebrews in any of these captivities, whether we're talking Babylon or whatever. Exilarchs. We're talking exilarchs. We're talking exilarchs and we're talking Solomons that go way back to 775. So by the time we're talking Solomon, Solis and Solomons, and 1300s, 1200s, 1100s, Prester John Flow and his son, and this Jenny Flow is also Solomon Soli, right? This is hundreds of years later. Now, again, we got 3 major chronological time shifts to account for. But just know that the Soli title was already there under the Chola, Raja Chola, which is Soli. And we got it out the same article we're reading right now. Which Soli is this, though? Same one or different Soli? Which Solomon is this? Same one or different Soli? Soli is Chola, right? Let's go. David Rubini traveled for 10 days by land from Eber, right? Inland Australia, which we know is Tarazakta, to Kedar, Jeddah, Joppa, then settled on the Indian Ocean, Red Sea to Ethiopia, Africa, or we're talking India Superior, Abyssinia. He landed at the port in Tanzania, Zanzibar, and he joined an Arab caravan to the kingdom of Sennar, Ethiopia, Sheba. God. Just belly flopping. They got David Rubini, who again I'm thinking is David the First, or of some relation. Ruban. Yeah. Now they're bringing in the push so we got to dig on that. Heard about the Benjamite. They got the whole DNA flow. Okay. Ruled the kingdom of Afghanistan. Back to Benjamites, right? And he made an alliance with them, and the remnants of his people moved into Asia. Which one? And they nominally at least embraced the Muslim faith. dodged the hijack because they were being converted through Kish, through Muhammad. Now you got the ancestors of the Khazars, which is originally the tribes of Manasseh, the Kabars, the Khazars. And the Khazar Khazaria was originally Mosak, Mazaka, named after Moshe. And the Benjamins, Sinemites, okay, left the southern continent. We're talking Tarzanti in the 3rd century AD, along Naphtalites and the Kedarites. Kedar sounds like cedar, right? The Benjamin component among them was named Sinim or Southlanders, back to Tarzanta Managi, but were later confused with the name in the tribe of Simeon. David Rubini's own tribe of Reuben moved further north to Bashkortostan. So this David they're saying is Reuben. I'm saying perhaps his title of Rubani just meant he was ruling over Reuben and Gad and Manasseh. So different interpretations, you know what I'm saying? So much more to get here, man. I just want to get to some flat drop 101, man. But I just want to touch back on the David Rubani, and keep it in our mind bone as we head to 138. Last part I get is this: much of the Australian, Egypto-Israelite Phoenician, what? Australian, Egypto-Israelite Phoenician civilization was destroyed at this time, 535 AD. Much of the land fell into the sea. Many of those lost Israelites fled Australia, right? So they're coming out of Antarctica, right? Australia, right? They're coming out of Antarctica, boss. They're coming out of Tarzantica. They're coming out the gateways, man. Tarzanta, which means they're migrating literally from Holy Land. Israel is in Antarctica, and Antarctica is connected with America. Gateway, India Superior, Australia's boss. Con, con. So these lost Israelites fleeing out of Antarctica, my not. Then they got froze up. Others that lived in the interior desert or wilderness kingdom of Eber survived into the 16th century. And Eber, how real is this, man? Eber, like I said, like we've been saying, like many docs have been reaffirming, Eber is what this Covera is. That's why it's not on the map no more. They don't want you to know, man. They're saying that this kingdom of Eber, what? Think about it being right here in the west coast of North America, right? Think about it being right here in Asia, right? Right here in Asia, boss, right? Right here in India Superior, right? Grand Tartary, Asia, right? China, right here in India Superior, right? Think about Quivera, Eber being right here, right? Cathay. So the other Israelites that lived in the interior desert or wilderness in America, Kingdom of Eber, survived into the 16th century. What happened in the 16th century? Invasion, my naga. Columbus and them, Cortez and them, right? I can't make this up. We're in Eber, right? In Quavaria, right? The Polynesians, they got their story. We just talking about this. 16th century. This is, man, this is where you were still fighting your wars, man, right? You still, they still didn't make it that far west yet, right? I think they found California in like the 1700s or something. Let's go for the dismount. 16th century, man, you were still surviving in Eber, Quivira. The Polynesians tell of a story of a sunken homeland with 7 cities of gold. Cities of gold, called Ever, Heaver, or they changed the V's to W's or W's to V's. HaWah, with the cities of gold called Wah, which went under the water. The Heaver people and the cities of gold. Tao says it comes from the land of Heaver, HaWah. Western Australia was hit on at least 4 occasions by huge tsunamis and earthquakes. The one mentioned by Playford about 600 years ago would date somewhere between 1400 and 1550. Columbus finds you in 1492. All this is just happening, and it has everything to do with the Hebrews and India Superior being discovered, tortured, and killed. Right now, you got a freeze over. When David Rubini and his people decided to leave the southern continent, in fact, it occurred in 1530. It was at this time that the inland sea was cut off from the ocean and dried up. Rodad, swallow, rodah, red are interconnected words coming from the description of this red, gravelly, shallow inland sea. Is that the Red Sea? Whoa. An earlier tsunami mentioned by Abbott as occurring around 535 AD. Some of the coastal cities fell into the ocean. The one Playford dates to about 900 BC. I would date to about 600 BC, just before a certain portion of the lost tribes of Israel moved to Australia, Antarctica, and at the time when a large portion of Kadar, the land west of Cape Louis, fell into the sea, and the Davidic Mu, or Ma, Mashwesh, moved to Egypt and Libya and established the Greek city of Miletus. What? Large portion of Kadar fell into the sea, and the Davidic Mu moved to Egypt and Libya. Wow. Wow. Woo-wee. Okay. So now we know we're gonna pause for the calls right there. We're gonna pause for the calls right there, right quick. I went ahead and paid my coins, man. I had to hear what some of these audiobooks had. I'm gonna leave the link for you. You can dig on it yourself. It's everin.com, but they got a lot of audiobooks about a lot of things. You put in Prester John, and they got a lot of different Prester John. They got certain John Mandeville, some Marco Polo drops. So I had to go ahead and put that coin in, man. And, you know, we listened to a portion of this Everin before, you dig, but yeah, now we can actually kind of surf the wave, belly flop and just do whatever we want to do. You know what I'm saying? Because we up in here now. We up in here now. You know what I'm saying? So let's get a quick belly flop. First of all, fair use, fair use. We're gonna belly flop in this. We're gonna belly flop with Italian P and C and some flat drop 101, fair use, section 107, Copyright Act. We're gonna do some criticizing, comments, news report, and teaching, some scholarship, some recon. fair use, man. So let's belly flop with that for about 5 minutes. Then we're going to jump into some Italian PNC, man. For the dismount.
Treasure house. That the fountain of...
Shout out to Catherine M. Valenti, the habitation of the blessed, a dirge for Prester, Volume 1. Lego. I'm belly full.
Of youth, as if the deeds of men embarrassed the heavens. Slowly, conversation took hold of the room once more. A pleasant sort of flute and drum struck up, played by 2 children, twins mostly.
Actually, I'm going to get it from the top, man.
How...
I'm going to get it from the top. I think last time we got some of the introductions, so I want to see what they're talking about.
Can such a man be gone? The letter tells us he has clapped up the cup of life within his treasure house, that the fountain of youth bubbles in his courtyard like a pretty Italian marble. Surely his heart swells still. 500 years is but a cough in the long breath of such a potentate. We were not the first to come with a vision of him blazing like the sacred heart in our bones. But none yet had reported him dead or even reduced in splendor.
Okay.
Yet the woman in yellow shook her head and would not say his name or her own. She took us instead up the small path to the low-roofed house of her lord, who was called Abbas, and presided grandly over a field of rice, 14 sheep, and a healthy family of breeding goats. The villagers lounged in his hall, laughingly gulped his fermented milk, lustily ate his rice, kicked his one-eared dog, and called him the son of a second wife, while he smiled ruefully at me, as if to say, "What may a lord do on this earth but love the roughest of men and care for them as children?" Our yellow-eyed guide knelt at a fire set into the floor of the lord's house, and put her reed-wrapped rooster under the embers. Its scent broke the air into savoury sighs, and Abbas kissed her brow as though she were a favoured sister or a daughter whose mother had gone before her. He cupped her face in his brown hand, and it was he who fed her when the chicken had done. She knelt before him, though I did not see in her the submissive aspect of a demure and humble woman. It seemed only that she felt it most comfortable to kneel while Abbas placed each golden slice of roasted flesh carefully on her tongue with his own fingers, as if she were the queen and he a slave bound to her ankle. The hall was quiet during this strange rite. The shabby courtiers did not speak nor drink nor torment hounds, and in the corner of the hall a man wept softly. By the time she had finished her meal, the sky had cooled, a flush of pink rising in the east, as if the deeds of men embarrassed the heavens. Slowly, conversation took hold of the room once more. A pleasant sort of flute and drum struck up, played by 2 children, twins most likely, with our guide's same downy white hair on their bony shoulders. The tune felt sad against my ears, and against those of Brother Alaric, and the others as well, if my guess is correct. When the men had returned to gossiping about whose daughter had snuck about with whose son, the woman in yellow left her lord and took up my hand in hers. The eyes of Abbas followed us as we withdrew from the hall, and those of all the village too. She would take only myself. The novices Abbas bade to stay, plying them with goat liver and chickpea mash. For once, I was not sorry to miss a meal. Young men are often satiated by a little rich food and strong drink, but at my age my liver cannot bear very much of anyone else's. In the red shadows of those toothed mountains, my silent Virgil took me through that long plain of garlic flowers and withered plants, a field agued and sallow. Beneath my feet, O Lord, your earth sagged in its dying. There are places older than Avignon, older than Rome, and the world there is so tired it cannot rouse itself, even for the sake of guests. We reached the edge of the plain, where it shed all growing things and began a sheer rise into blue stone and thirst. There she knelt as Eve, beside a tree, and beside that tree I laid too all my faith and learning, all that which is Hiob, and not another man, and never more from that spot would my soul move. This tree bore neither apples nor plums, but books where fruit should sprout.
Whoa.
The bark of its great trunk shone the colour of parchment, its leaves a glossy, vibrant red, as if it had drunk up all the colours of the long plain through its roots. In clusters and alone, books of all shapes hung among the pointed leaves, their covers obscenely bright and shining, swollen as peaches, gold and green and cerulean, their pages thick as though with juice, their silver ribbon marks fluttering in the spiced wind. I leapt like a boy to catch them up in my hands. The boughs arched thick and high, higher than any chestnut in our cloister orchards, knottier than the hoary pines which cling to the sea stone with roots like arms. In Eden, no such tree would have dared to grow so high and embarrass the Lord on his chair. But in that place, I felt with a shudder and chill that you had turned your eye away, and many breeds of strangeness might be permitted in its absence.
Wow.
I managed to snatch but one sweet fruit between my fingertips, a little brown hymnal that had been a fair feast for worms and parrots. I opened its sleek pages. A waft of perfume assailed my senses. Oh, they smelled like crisp apples soaked in brandy. The worms had had the best of the thing, but there on the frontispiece I saw a lovely script, elegant and sure, and in a language I could read only with difficulty. A tongue half infidel and half angelic, I read, Physicae Acroaskeos, or The Book of Things Made and Things Born, authored by the anti-Aristotle of Chandrakant, on the occasion of his wife's death, in the 17th year of Queen Abir, translated and transcribed by Haggia of the Blemii, during several very pleasant afternoons during the Lenten fast, commonly called the weeks of eating in secret, in New Byzantium, under an inknut tree. Only 2 pages remained intact, the others ruined, a rich feast for some craven bird, and in my heart I cursed the far raven in whose belly my lost pages whispered to its black gizzard. You see, I already thought of them as mine. I touched the lonely clinging page with a finger, and it seemed to brown like the flesh of a pear beneath my skin. As an indication of this, take the well-known Antinoes experiment. If you plant a bed in the rotting wood and the worm-bitten sheets in the deep earth, it will certainly, and with the hesitation of no more than a season, which is to say, no more than an ear of corn or a stalk of barley, send up shoots. A bed tree will come up out of the fertile land, its fruit 4-posted, and its leaves will unfurl as green pillows, and its stalk will be a deep cushion on which any hermit might rest. Every child knows this. It is
All right, man. All right, man. We're going deep into the child's imagination. That's the habitation of the blessed, a dirge for Prester John, Volume 1. I already know I got some drop in there, man. They got trees that grow into books, man. Book trees and furniture trees, man. They got all kinds of stuff. Oh, yeah, we definitely keep this going in Prester 138. Y'all ready, man? Y'all ready, man? The second ring beyond the ice wall, man. Ready to belly flop with Italian PNC for the dismount? Looking for the land of Prester John beyond the wall? Beyond the wall? Y'all ready, man? Alright then. Alright then. Just checking. A Lego. Flat drop.
Yes, of course, school curriculums don't even mention it. I had to do my research individually, but the information is out there. It's not like made up or something. So let's talk about the kingdom of Prester John. So first of all, what is Prester John? Who is Prester John? He was called Prester John, Presbyter Johannes, Parete Gianni, and many more names. He was believed to be a Christian ruler in a land far away from Europe, where he ruled as a theocrat under the word of God, despite not having contacts with the Catholic Church. Of course, this is in the setting of medieval times, so if you were a Christian, you kind of had to have contacts with the Catholic Church. Even the Orthodox Christians, which were the Christians that developed after 1054, so in the Eastern Roman Empire and the Slavic populations appear, still had contacts with the Catholic Church, even if they were not really good contacts. But to have a Christian realm, a big empire that was Christian, and not be anywhere near Europe, and also not be linked with the Pope, the papacy, and the Catholicism was something crazy to medieval Europe and medieval Christianity as a whole. So it just didn't make sense. But yet they all knew something like that existed. So it was crazy, but they did not know where it was. And this is where basically this whole thing comes to mind when it comes to this kingdom of Prester John. So is it possible that Azania was not here, but was actually outside of the second ring? And is it possible that the kingdom of Prester John was not where we are going to see that it was proposed it was, but it was actually right here. So first of all, let's see basically something about this Prester John. His wealth and power were unmatched in legend, and the only thing about him more famous than them were his animosity towards the Mohammedans, the Muslims, since he was said to be surrounded by them, and his country's existence at stake. So what does that mean? Basically, it means that Prester John was not only a single figure, but it was also some kind of dynastic role, like a leadership role, like you would call a king or an emperor or something like that. So it was not a single person in a single time period, but something that existed for centuries. And it was also something that was at odds with the Muslim powers of the area. The question is, what if the Muslim powers were able to just defeat him and he was forced to flee? So next from that, let's see his proposed location on maps, because of course this is not only a matter of what he was, who he was, but also where he was, because of course Europe had heard about this Prester John, they had heard about this Christian empire, but it was not sure where he actually was and where this Christian empire was even located. So when it comes to his location, there is much debate to be had. Some during the Middle Ages identified his realm with the ones in Tartaria and Mongolia. We just did a video on Tartaria, the second last video we did, and it was basically this area right here, basically what I'm doing with my mouse here, and it's basically the area of modern day Siberia, also this area here in Russia, also this area here in the Turkic steppes, and all the way to Manchuria and northern China. Basically it's this entire area. So it was proposed that it was there or in Mongolia, because they did have some khans, so some rulers of these areas which were Christians and which is documented on.
We're talking Hebrews, Jack. But yeah, he said some cons, right? So this is his theory, of why there would be a Prester John land outside the ice wall. And of course, we know, that there's vortexes, portals, everything connecting these lands and all that. And also, back to the Marvel flow, if he's in suspended animation, he was put back in the past. So, some have theorized that the further you get outside the ice ring, it's like going back in the past or going towards the future, depending on which way you go. Kind of like, time zones, New York to LA, 3 hour time difference. One's in the past, one's in the future type of thing. The further you go, you might be going more towards the future, more towards the past. It's all one big clock, they say. A little more for the dismount.
John, so we know this was something real. But then there's also the other proposals, which are even in India and China. And according to John of Pian del Carpine, it was a Chinese prince which controlled the entire area of China, included the area of the, I think it was the Azure River, something like that. And this whole thing was kind of weird and probably improbable because we don't really know about any Christian ruler of China. There are no accounts in Chinese history about anything like that, so it doesn't make that much sense. Finally, the third account is actually the most believable, the most famous and widely accepted.
You don't need that account of India unless you're thinking India Superior. And if you think about a Hebrew Khan of India Superior, now we see it clearly. But a Christian king in India doesn't make sense. But a Hebrew Khan in India Superior makes perfect sense. Because we see clearly. Disma.
Accepted proposal location was Ethiopia, and he was seen by many as the emperor of Ethiopia, or of the Christian African realms north of it, like Makuria and Alodia. So we're talking about the realms in Ethiopia right here, or the realms right above it, so in the region that was once called Nubia. So now we're going into African history, of course. I don't want to dwell too much on this because of course we have to focus on the map, but of course this means that basically this kingdom of Prester John was something that was very widely identified with Ethiopia. But this was not a direct identification because it was mostly made after Europeans had actually started to get contacts with Ethiopia, because of course there was a whole part of history where Ethiopia, the Christian empire of Ethiopia, and Europe were divided by the entirety of the Muslim states of the area. So they just kind of identified these theories with the facts that were at hand, and of course identified Ethiopia with the kingdom of Prester John, although there is no proof about this. And therefore this map comes to mind. So the theory the map is trying to propose is that Azania, or the kingdom of Prester John, was not only in this area, it probably was somewhere outside of Europe, but the Muslims won. So the Islamic empires won in their fight against the Christian powers of the area, and the Christians had to flee. So where to flee when everywhere else?
Why not go to America? Why not go to America? Right, but then you got to uncover the forbidden histories of America, the Moor War, Kalalus, Sylvanus, Texas, all the way to Tecumseh, until all the way to you, Manaka, today. Right, we're talking India Superior. But following the same flow, did the Prester flee from the Genghis Khan situation? Was it his time to step down type of thing, Did we deserve a shepherd? Or was it our time to be in solitary? Hosea 3.
Else is surrounded by Muslim, you had to go at sea. And somehow, in some way or matter, they managed to traverse the Sentinel's Gate, go all the way out of the first ring, and finally escape into the second ring. And finally settle in Azania, the kingdom of Prester John. So they rebuilt the kingdom of Prester John into a realm in the second ring. So that.
Or it was already here. Why would you say rebuilt it? Why can't he just have different lands and vortexes? India Superior, Emperor of the Three Indias. Is this one of the Indias? Is all this connected? This is the levitating continent, man. This is Heaven's Gate and Cahokia, right? Just like the Cahokia Mounds. Indigenous truth. One more minute.
That is the hypothesis that is being proposed in this map, and I kind of love it because it would mean that somewhere, the kingdom of Prester John is still able to exist, and there's a Christian power outside of the second ring. So now that we talked about Azania, let's just consider this as its possibilities. Is it possible? Kind of, I guess. Is it possible that the kingdom of Prester John survived? Definitely. I mean, Ethiopia survived for so long and it was a Christian empire in a sea of Muslim states, so it's possible that Azania as well survived.
Hebrew.
But is it possible that they reached all this far away? It was also the possibility that it could be something else. We saw in the map of Terra Infinita of Nos Confunden the possibility of wormholes just opening up and people being transported from one way, from one place to another immediately and without
They're catching up. Now we're talking wormholes and vortexes.
any like stopping. So there is the possibility of just that happening and then just going from the old kingdom of Prester John to the new kingdom of Prester John, and without any way to just do anything about it. So there's almost many hypotheses we can talk about.
Yeah, like suspended animation. Oh man, hey, out to Italian PNC. Go get the drop, man. Go get the drop. There's a lot of hypotheses around this Prester investigation, whether you're talking Worlds Beyond the Poles or whether you're talking the Voynich manuscript in Yale University, the Harvard studies in the academia, the Arthurian studies, Arthurian King Arthur studies, of course, the India Superior American studies, the vortex is right. Oh, man, I mean, you could talk biblical when you talk Prester John. You can get into the Mongol flow and talk Genghis Khan, and you're still talking Prester John. And it always keeps coming home, man. You know where Ethiopia is, man. You know where Abyssinia is. So you know where the Emperado El Prester, is, man. And, we out of here, man. I'm going to meditate on the Voynich on the way out, if you don't mind. And just know we here, man. We'll pick it up. I meant to get some Lost Tribes. We'll get Lost Tribes next time for sure. Get back in the Prester John Legend and the sources for sure, for sure. And just surf the wave on out, just understand that this is documented. All we're doing is, putting these crumbs together, man, that was left on the table and making a fine meal, because that's what mama do. 1232, 1241, Alberique de Trois Fontaine's Chronica, the Prester John Legend, and its sources by Keegan Brewer. Ahab to the Battle Family. Ahab the Aqua tie for this particular PDF. Alberique's Chronicle, penned progressively from 1232 to 1241, discusses various aspects of the Prester John legend, providing accounts of the Prester John letter. This is documented 1232, Alberique de Trois Fontaine's Chronica, man. This is Prester John legend and sources. Alexander III's letter, the Fifth Crusade, and giving in particular further details of the conquest of the Mongols in Russia, which is just Genghis Khan rolling up on us, right? Eastern Europe. Alberic was the first Christian author who acknowledged the Mongols might be neither Christian nor Saracen, right? Mongol means great ones, Khan. The great ones might be neither Christian or Muslim, because Saracen is synonymous with Muslim sometimes to these authors. And if he's not Christian or Muslim, he must be a Hebrew king, man. Hebrews are not Christian. Hebrews are not Muslims. They're trying to convert Hebrews to Christianity. They're trying to convert Hebrews to Islam. That's what Kish is trying to do, because Muhammad told him to. At the end of this excerpt, Alberic changed his mind about associating Prester John with the Mongols and put forward the idea that the Mongols killed Prester John. Now he's talking Genghis specifically. Genghis Khan is supposed to have killed Prester John and took over his domain, India Superior, which is America, Manai. An idea that became increasingly popular as an explanation for why the belligerent Mongols were initially thought to be benevolent Christian kingdom or Hebrews. How did these savage Mongols, how were they initially a benevolent or a good Hebrew kingdom, right? Because it went from Prester John to Genghis Khan. And Columbus followed up and doubled down on that confederacy. And Psalms 83 is that story, man. You know what I'm saying? The treaties of peace and friendship doubled down on the Columbus flow, which had already doubled down, tripled down on the Genghis Khan flow. But Genghis ain't the real Khan. That's why it turned into belligerent Mongols. Because the Mongols supposed to mean great ones. So this is 1165. We're talking about the letter, right? At that time, at this time, Prester John, king of the Indians, my nigga. This ain't Christian or Muslim. This is the king of India Superior. Sent his letters full of astonishing things to diverse kings of Christendom or the Hebrew Empire everywhere, but especially to Manuel, the emperor of Constantinople, and to Frederick, the emperor of the Romans, out of which letters this was written. Prester John, quote unquote, King of kings, Lord of lords of the earth by the virtue and power of God. Of course, they have to write in their JC because these are transliterations. So we dodge the hijack translation because we know we on a warpath. To Emmanuel, governor of the Romans, health and so on, excelling every king of the whole earth in virtue and power. 72 kings are tributary to us because there are many Christians or Hebrews, and so on, which continues up to we also have another palace which was made through the revelation given to my father, who was called Quasi-Deus, or God-like. Man, certain letters of Pope Alexander were found, which he sent to Prester John mentioned above, who was also carefully instructed on the faith and customs of the Holy Roman Church by certain Bishop Philip ordained by the same Pope. This Philip had been sent across to the Roman Pope by the same Prester John. So they're trying hard to act like Prester is somehow converted to their thing, which we know ain't true, because they're looking for the Prester to save them. Man. Then it goes into the year 1220. After the capture of Demetia, a certain prophecy written in Chaldean letters was found in the temple of the Saracens, which Lord Pelagius, Cardinal Bishop of Albano, and legate to those parts, made to be translated into Latin and sent to Rome to the Lord Pope, which a certain Master James appointed legate to Ireland by the Lord Pope, carried from Rome to Clairvaux. Continuing to Ireland, many things were present in this astronomical prophecy about things which came to pass in the Promised Land, about Nur al-Din, about Saladin, about the capture of Jerusalem in 1187, about the two kings, Philip II of France and Richard I of Lionheart. Now we're talking Braveheart of England, who both retook Acre in 1191. About the destruction of Ascalon, 1187, and about many other things which had now taken place in the Promised Land. And that in the 29th year from the retaking of Acre, Demetia, which will be captured by the Christians, and many things are written there about Cardinal Pelagius, which have turned out differently. Indeed, a prophecy of this sort, although it speaks the truth in certain things, still deceives in many things. It was also written in that prophecy that a certain king would come from the eastern region who will be called David by name. So even outside of the Bible, there's prophecies about a king called David. And this is why they call it the Dark Ages, because they want to turn the lights out on these prophecies. We're talking about Prester John, and they start talking about King David. But this is Prester John legend and its sources. So we don't have to stretch to connect Prester with David, because they do it all the time. This king called David by name, and another king would come from the western region who will destroy the land of the Saracens up to Jerusalem, and that in the month of July a war should be made between the Saracens and the Christians near Cairo in Egypt. Where's Cairo, boss? Yeah, we still talking America, boss. Yeah. Then the highest pontiff Honorius the third wrote to all the archbishops of France that Cardinal Pelagius had written from the overseas region that King David, who is called Prester John, King David, who is called Prester John, King David, who is called Prester John, priest, king, but we're still talking Kandawi. Let's go. We're still talking Kandawi. Yeah. King David was called Prester John, a God-fearing man, having passed Persia into his powerful hand and having subdued the Persian sultan on the field of battle. This is why they mad. Because David is slaughtering the armies of these, other tribes. And this is why they got a tribe up against Kandawi. I just want to show y'all that this is real. When we talk Prester John, they start talking King David. Huh? We just talking the Voynich, man. We just talking the Voynich. Shout out to Five Eyes Mom, man. Hey, Mom, can you take us out here with this new slapperoni, man? Hey, Five Eyes Mom, can you take us out of here, man? With this new slap on you, man. Shout out to Five Eyes Ma, MHOE, my jigger, man. Let's listen to this cut, man, while we go ahead and vibe on up, man. Press the 137 all the way up, because we been on a path, my nigga. We been on a warpath, man. My jigger been on a warpath, man. Let's get it, man. Let's get it now. Oh, yeah. I just want to say, man, as we get out of here, hold up, Ma. I got you, man. Let's make sure we get it right. I just want to say, as we get out of here, man, that we have been here, that we in the fifth wave, man. And that the wave continues and the water continues, man. And it's all one thing. The first wave is the second wave. The second wave is the third wave. Is the fourth. Is the fifth. This is the most high energy, man. A hop to the producer DJ Poncho, man, for supplying me with these, you know what I'm saying, flying saucers, man, with these time travel lands. A hop to Aqua type as yeah, let's back it up from the top. Boom, man. Hey, Five Eyes Ma, take the wheel. Click the link below. Make sure you're in there with Five Eyes Ma, Tribal Music, Prester John, Investigation, Halal HaWah. Let go.
Vibration with me. You know you are all I need. You keep vibration with me.
Wow. And we're going to be coming with a great, Five Eyes Ma pure drop, man, so you can get it without the skippage. Because, the internet be interneting, man. We got all these tabs up. But look out for us, man. You know what I'm saying? We meditate, man.
Most High did it again. Most High did it again.
In your face.
And another hit, 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 and another hit. Oh,
yeah. 432 Tribe Up Music.
And another hit, and another hit. Oh, Lord. And another hit, laid in the field. Wave getting big, tribe never made. Same with my G. Who vibe is this? I'll never forget. Oh, I'll never forget. Oh, Lord. Oh,
yeah.
Most High did it again. Most High did it again.
Yeah.
And another hit, 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 and another hit. Oh, Lord.
Let's get started.
My jigger.
Let's get started.
Hating you, well, I've been there. They changing you, well, I've been there. Now them flames inside you still. Your heart is cold and polar bear. Gotta heat up like solar flare. They blocking me, but I'm a square. They hating me, well, I've been there. Good vibration inside my lap. I'm living in the sky. I'll pass them all by. Dodging all lies. All these bruises I will repair. The fake in you I can't compare. The blank expression in the mirror. Tell me who you think is there. When you saw yourself a glare. Keeping secret stairs. Tell me who cares. They hating you, well I've been there. They changing you, well I've been there. Mountain flames inside your stare. Your heart is cold and polar bear. Gotta heat up like solar flare. They blocking me, but I'm a square. They hating me, well I've been there. Good vibration inside my lap.
What's that?
You know you are like me. You know it all I feel. Good vibration with me. You know you all I need. You know it all I feel. Good vibration with me.
I just want to, give mad AI, man, to Ma for the constant vibe, for the tribe, man. He's been doing it from day one, man. And the true ambassador of, MHOE, tribal music, man. So much of the soul bone, man. ThaWaDa Khan, and I know you're going through a lot all the time, different times. It's always a fight, man. You know what I'm saying? We all going through it with you, bro. And man, just the water for enduring, my Nagamon, continuing these vibrations, man. Y'all leave a comment. If you made it this far, you leave a comment and you say, Max Ahab, Max Ahab, MHOE, Five Eyes Ma, man. Max Ahab, MHOE, Five Eyes Ma. And show Ahab to the one and only Ma Jigga, man. Hey, you ain't in Asia anymore, man. The water for surfing the wave 9 above the barrier in the 137th installment of the Prester John investigation. Stay up, suit up, choose up, drop